Master the art of product management from vision to execution, empowering you to shape impactful products for the modern world. Welcome to the product management tutorial. This tutorial is designed to guide you through the essential aspects of product management, focusing on creating a solid foundation from which great products can emerge. Throughout this tutorial, we'll explore key topics that form the backbone of effective product management. We'll begin by delving into the intricacies of creating a comprehensive product requirement document. Next, we'll emphasize the importance of market analysis and understanding your customer base. These elements are fundamental in shaping products that resonate with your target audience and address real market needs effectively. Building on this understanding, we'll explore how to gather and interpret user research to create actionable artifacts. This process not only informs product development but also ensures that user-centric solutions drive decision making. Finally, we'll discuss the concept of minimal viable product, also known as MVP, and its role in product development cycles. Understanding how to define, build, and iterate upon an MVP is essential for delivering value to customers quickly while validating assumptions and refining your product. But before we delve into this product management tutorial, make sure that you're subscribing to this channel so that you do not miss out on any new updates.
We'll talk about what a PRD is and why it is important. We'll walk through an ideal template of a tech PRD with an example. We'll go in detail on how to write an effective PRD with a lot of inputs on the specific methods that you could follow to ensure that you write an effective PRD. And finally, we'll also have a cautionous note on the pitfalls and mistakes that you can make while writing a PRD. So what is a PRD and why is it important? A PRD serves as the ultimate source of all the functional requirements related to a particular product. It sheds light on all the critical questions about the need for such a product in the market, and also in fact it talks about all the critical questions around the need for even the business. It documents key insights about the business model, the users, and the technology used to build the product. It enables the product manager to structure the requirements and plan of action regarding the product so that he or she can optimize the product development process. I'll repeat this point, it's very important. It enables the product manager to structure the requirements and plan of action regarding the product so that the entire product development process can be optimized. And finally, it is an end-all document that promotes transparency and communication within the product team. In fact, this document is not just used within the product team, right? While the product team uses this document to communicate with each other, as a product manager, you will have your interactions with a lot of teams. The leadership from whom you may have to get the buy-in, the engineering team, your marketing team. If you are in a business that needs operations, then operations team. So there could be n number of teams which may have to come together to be able to make your product successful, right? And this document called PRD is that document that binds all of them together. It is the single truth document, single source of truth that all of these teams can refer to regarding anything around the product. So let me give an insight into what an ideal PRD contains, right? The template, and I will try to walk through this entire template with an example so that it becomes clearer. The first component for PRD is the product purpose definition, basically the objective of your product. So what does it contain? You talk about what is the problem or opportunity. Who is this product for? Your product's customers, the value proposition for them, why it's important, including how it fits into your overall product or organizational strategy. It talks about the impact of solving this problem, which is quantitatively representing the importance of this particular product, the necessity of solving it now, and it also has additional link to documents which will talk about the business case itself. Right? A much detailed business document. And anyone who goes through this PRD should be able to understand that, hey, this is the reason why this product is being built. This is the problem statement, and this is the impact of solving this problem. And this is why it is important for my company. Right? That sets the stage for the product. So let me give you an example. Right? Let us say your product is basically a website, and you as a product manager is responsible for the sign-in experience for this website. And your goal is to basically improve the sign-in experience because you feel that the current sign-in experience is really bad and you want to improve it. So again, I'm going to be very brief. Just a word of caution. You need to be a lot more detailed than this example. The idea of the example is to give you a flavor of what each of this component means. Okay, coming back to the example. So how will the product purpose definition be for my example, right? The problem statement is basically simplify user sign-in experience to the website. Why is it important? It is important because it affects users coming back and using the product. There is a 5% customer drop-off due to this current feature. Essentially, the current sign-in experience is actually causing a 5% customer drop-off. So that is the potential of impact. If I fix it, I can actually improve this customer drop-off and reduce it by maybe 4%, which means that I will actually bring a lot more revenue for my company. And who is this product for? It's basically a product for all my users who are actually non-tech savvy. Now the rest of the PRD will make sense once someone reads this section. They understand that, hey, this feature seems to be important because it has a scale of impact of 5% customer drop-off. And it's also targeted towards users who are non-tech savvy. The next section is competitive analysis. I've used the term optional here because not always would you have products that will need competitive analysis in your PRD. You may be building a product that may not have any competition at all. In that case, you don't have to have this section, right? Or it could be just an improvement of your existing product where it may not make sense to even do competitive analysis. So that's a judgment call. But typically, if you're launching a new product or a product that has competition, you need to detail out the competitive analysis so that the others can understand the risk of this product succeeding in the market. So going back to my example, how will the competitive analysis section look for in the PRD? So the product was the sign-in experience for my website, correct? So I'll go back to the competitive analysis example. A famous competitor website in the similar space as third-party sign-in through Google. In blind test, their drop-off rate was 50% of our drop-off rate. So what is the analysis that I have done? I have identified that my competition has a sign-in which essentially uses the Google sign-in. If you have seen the Google sign-in, right? That's what they use, unlike us. And also when we ran a blind test, which is basically asking users to use both the websites, my competitor's website and my website, and not telling them which website is which, and then comparing the data. And we could see that their drop-off was much lesser than our drop-off. So this is a very small example of a competitive analysis for my example product. In your PRD section, you should obviously do a lot more detailed competitive analysis. The next section in the PRD would be the success metrics that define your product success. This becomes important because people will understand the measure of success for your product. Otherwise, how do you define success? Even if you are successful, you won't really know how to define your success, right? So for my example, the success metrics are two. One is a direct decrease in the user sign-in page drop-off. Right? Anyways, that was the reason why I'm building this. And I also know that is the major impact I will get. So that is one success metric, right? Basically, user sign-in page drop-off has to go down. The next sign-in metric is more of a follow-up metric because I know that if the customers are dropping off lesser, it basically means because they are probably more satisfied with my sign-in experience, which means that my overall customer satisfaction score should also increase. So the two success metrics for my product is an increase in customer satisfaction score and a decrease in user sign-in page drop-off. The next section would be listing assumptions about users the technical constraints that exist, and the business goals, if there are any. So why is this section there, right? Let me give you an example, right? Let us say you are working in a company. You may have a great solution, right? Let us say you are identifying a problem for your customers and you want to solve it, and you come up with a solution. But you realize that this solution is not possible to build, right? Because of some constraints, technical constraints, right? Maybe your technology is not evolved for that kind of solution. Right? Let me give you an example, right? Let us say one of the things that I want to do is to reduce the call volume to my call center for my company. Right? So I'm the product manager for that product where customers can reach out to the call center, right? So there is a screen where they can actually see the number or send a message, and they are able to reach to the call center and talk to a call center person. Now I want to reduce this volume. So I come up with a product. I know that this is a big problem and I want to basically reduce it. So my product is basically a very smart artificial intelligence based system, which whenever a customer calls this number, instead of a human answering, my intelligent system will actually talk like a human, almost like your Alexa, right? And be able to answer all the questions of the customer. Now this is an amazing product, right? It solves my problem because now if customers call, I actually have an artificial system to talk to the customer, which means I don't have to hire more customer call support people, which means I will save money for my company. But the problem is, I may not, as a company, have the technology to be able to build this artificial intelligence system. Now, that's a technical constraint, right? So, my solution may be something that is an outcome of this constraint. So, that is something that you will have to put, right? What are the constraints that you have? And sometimes you may also have assumptions about your users, right? You can talk about those assumptions also. For example, let us say I have an assumption about my user that they are non-tech savvy. And because I believe that my users are non-tech savvy, I have a lot of features geared towards non-tech savvy customers or users. Similarly, you may have your own set of assumptions about your users, which would define your product, right? State them out. The reason why you are putting all this is because anyone reading the PRD should be able to understand the logical thought process that you are taken to actually define the product that you are building. The features and all that would be an outcome of your thought process, right? You need to make sure that you document this entire thought process. That is the goal of the PRD at the end of the day. It's not just about the document, it's not just a document about your features, it's also about your thought process. The next component of your PRD is the options considered. Why is this important? Because anyone looking at the PRD should know that here, while your problem statement is one, there could be multiple ways of solving that problem, right? You could have multiple products. Going back to my call center example that I gave you some time back, I may either solve it with an intelligent artificial system based approach, or I can probably just solve it with a better FAQ section so that people will first read it instead of straight away calling the call support team. So I could have n number of solutions like that, right, for a problem statement. And each solution would have a cost associated with it and a benefit, a pro and a con, if you may. And based on the pros and cons is how I will finally decide a solution, right? It's a choice I have made based on the pros and cons. Now, this may be clear to me because I would have done that process as a product manager. But in your PRD, if you don't document it, the others will not know it. So then someone is always going to raise the question that, hey, why did you not consider the other option? So it's better to state all the options you have considered and the pros and cons of each of the option. And then finally, you can talk about the option you have considered. Because it's obvious then, you have chosen the option that has the most benefit with the least cons. Going back to my example of the sign-in, I have two options. One is third-party single sign-in like Google, like how my competitor has. It just use a Google sign-in option. In this option, the user clicks on the sign-in button and using his Google login, he enters. What are the cons of this kind of an option? The users who don't have a Google login. Not all users would have Google login, right? Some may not have Gmail, they may be on Microsoft mail system, right? So it depends on the users. And those users who don't have Google login will not be able to sign in to my website. and which means that I may lose a big chunk of my users. The second is there is an absence of trust since their account details may be available with us. So even a Google user may not be willing to share his Google sign in with us because he will think that, hey, this is another website. Google is something where I keep my mail and all that. I don't want these guys talking to my Google account. Some customers may have a trust deficit, more so if they are not very tech savvy. What are the benefits of this option? One, it's faster and easier for my customer because he is already signed to Google most of the time, right? Whenever he comes to my website, he will just click on that button and he will be quickly signed in. And the other benefit is, since it's a plug and play third party tool, I don't have to do too much of development. The development effort is much less for me as a company. These are the pros and cons of this option. The second option that I have considered is I could build my own sign-in page. Basically, whatever sign-in page is existing correctly, I can redesign it. The cost or the cons is that it is high development cost because now I am building a new sign-in page altogether on my own, right? Whatever sign-in page I had earlier, I didn't like it because of the drop-off. Now I'm building something totally new, which means there is a huge development cost. And the learning curve is also very high for the users because this is a new sign-in page. They have to get used to this new system, right? Unlike the Google where they already know how Google works and all that, it's very straightforward. They would have seen it in other websites. This is totally new for them. This will be the cons. The benefits are, one, I have better control over the entire experience of the user, including capturing user data that we want. When I'm using Google, right, I can't capture all the information that I want because Google will give me only some information whichever it deems correct. For example, let us say I want to know which of the customers check out some help section I had kept, right? Maybe I'll not get that information. Or I may want a little bit more detailed information on the demographic data about my sign-ins. Maybe Google may not share that data. When I'm building my own system, I have control over what kind of data I can capture. And also the entire experience. I am not dependent on Google's experience, right? I can't really control how Google has its sign-in. But in this, I can decide based on my user persona, the type of experience that I want to give my users. The second important benefit is all types of users to my website can use it, right? I am not dependent on only users who also have a Google account. And from this, I would have chosen one option. The option I choose is the sign-in page built by us, a redesign. The reason is because we know that our users are not majorly on Google already, which means that I can't just use Google option. I will end up losing a lot of my other users. The other is I want a lot more control on the user experience because I understand my users. They are not very tech savvy, right? Which means that my entire sign-in experience has to be very simple with a lot of help for them. Because of these reasons, I am willing to take the second option. And since I am putting it on this PRD document, anyone reading it will also understand that process. The next section is the features of the product. This is the section where you will talk about the entire solution, explaining the core capabilities, right? This is the section that the engineer will read and actually code. While all the other sections so far set the stage for why you're having these capabilities and the impact, this section is essentially the actual product requirements. So within the features of the product, what are the things you will have? You will talk about the solution in detail, explaining the core capabilities. You will put the use cases, right? Use cases are ways in which people will interact with your system. Like if we take the sign-in example, the user will try to log in if he has a login. The user will try to register if he does not have a login. The user, if he does not know how to sign in or does not understand this process, will look for help. So these are all use cases, right? I'll talk about what are the ways in which people will use this system. You will add all the designs, wireframes that you have, basically the look of the solution, so that when the design developer, right, the front-end developer basically can look at these designs and implement it in the system. And then finally, we'll talk about the information that needs to be recorded for you to be able to see later on number of people who signed in and all that, right? That information also has to be captured by your system, correct? Which means an engineer has to build this system in such a way that any user login is stored in your database. So you'll talk about all the metrics. This is not the data of the login, username and password. This is the metrics that needs to be recorded. Metrics are like number of users who signed in on a particular day, right? Time spent on the sign in page. All this tells you some insights, right? See, for example, if I understand that user spends on an average 5 minutes on the sign in page, and generally in the industry, the average is people spend only 2 minutes on a sign in page. I know my sign in page is bad. Probably users are not understanding my sign in page. If I did not capture this metric of time spent on my sign in page, I will never know that my sign in page is a little complicated for my users. So I need to record this information. And to record this, the engineer, when he is building this feature, will have some capability so that whenever a user opens up the sign in page, there will be some timer that will record the start time of when he entered the sign in page and the time when he actually entered into the next page. Right? Time he entered the sign in page and time he exited the sign in page. And he will probably store it somewhere, so that I as a product manager will be able to access this data later on and get insights about my users. I'll try to now give examples of each of these components, right? Within the detailing of solution for my sign in example, what are the capabilities that I want? I want a single click option very visibly placed at the top right corner of my website. To buy or do any operation in the website apart from reading, this sign in option is needed. If not signed in earlier, a simple form with just name, email ID or mobile number and password allows signing up actually, sorry. The next capability is entering OTP or PIN from mail or mobile is necessary for validation. Additionally, I also need a I button right next to the sign in button, which on our shows some help text on how to use the sign in page. This is a small snippet that I put so that if someone just hovers his mouse pointer over the I button, you will know how to use the sign in page. But it may not be in detail, so there is also a video link below which on click shows more help text along with a video on how to use it. For someone who has no clue, even after reading that small snippet, he can go and watch this video. These are the broad capabilities that I want for my product. The wireframes and designs I am not putting, right? As an example at least. You will obviously have to have it when you are writing your PRD. And the metrics that I want to be recorded are time user spends on the sign in page and the number of users who drop off from the sign in page. One is to, because I told you one of the goals was also to improve the customer experience, right? So I want to make sure I capture all the information that will allow me to give the best customer experience for my users. So I'll capture the first metric. The second metric is obviously the metric that I'm trying to anyways impact. So I need to record that information to be able to measure whether I have built the right product or not. The next component is the milestones part. This is present only if you have a multi-phase product. So not all products would be having a single end date, right? After which you will not build anything. A lot of products typically have multiple phases and there is a roadmap to achieving each of these phases. These are called as milestones, right? To give you an example, let us say a feature like WhatsApp is launched, right? It's not like they will not have any roadmap, right? It's not like one feature will just like that be launched. They'll have a roadmap. They'll say that as part of improving my customer experience, I need to do 4 things, right? Maybe the first one is provide more multi-language support. Second one is have more safety features. The third one could be around a better quality of videos, right? And now each of these set of features cannot be launched in a single release. So I may have a phased release plan for it. In the first phase, I will release some set of features. In the second phase, I will release the next set of features and so on. While the overall goal is to improve my customer experience as WhatsApp, I am not launching all the capabilities that I want to launch in a single shot. And this section is where you will talk about those set of phases. So I'll try to give you the technical definition of what this section means. Many times when building a product, you would have a roadmap where you would plan different features in different phases of the product. This could be due to various business and product reasons, like I gave you in the WhatsApp example. And I will also try to give how milestone would look like in our example, right? The user sign-in page example. In our example, to take a simple case, the new feature along with the help and videos may be launched in English for the primary market that we are in. So my first phase would be only in English. In the subsequent phase, I may add an help and video section in multiple languages. In the third phase, the help may be replaced with a more interactive design instead of just textual help like in first phase. Meaning people can actually interact with the help section itself. It will tell you what will be the next steps and what will be the next steps and all that. Now each of these I don't want to launch them in a single shot, because I know that there is no reason to wait on my launch when the English section is already completed, right? Why do I have to wait for the other languages? I can launch this and probably this will give me enough insights on how good my product is. So I will launch that in the first phase. In the second phase, in more languages. And the interactive design is slightly lower in my priority, but I still want to launch it. So I launch it in my third phase. And in this section, I will put these phases. And typically in your product, if you at all you have phases, you would also put the milestone view in this section in your PRD. The next section is the release criteria. The release criteria basically talks about what are the conditions under which this product will be released to the world. So you'll talk about the key input and output metrics, which may be a precondition for you to release this product to the world. Why are you putting it here? So that anyone who is building it will know that only if all these conditions are met, this product will be released, which means the testing team will check whether those conditions are met. The engineering team will build accordingly. And the ops team, business team, depending on which teams are involved in the launch of your product, all of them will work with these criteria. You will also have reliability and performance metrics. I'll give you some example of reliability and performance metrics. Going back to our sign-in page, I may have two conditions. One, the sign-in page should fail less than 99.99%. Meaning, if someone is trying to sign in, right, sometimes you would have an error where sign-in may not happen. This is software at the end of the day, right? But my condition is 99.99% of the times, no failure should happen. Only 0.01% of the time can any failure happen. Now, this is my reliability metric. And an engineer or the engineering team, when they're building this feature, should build, right, such high quality system to ensure that this metric is met. If this metric is not met, I will not allow this product to be released. The second metric that I have as a condition or criteria for release is that the sign-in page should take less than 1 millisecond to proceed to the next page once I have pressed that enter button after putting my login details. So post the entry of login details, when I press that enter type button, right, it should not take more than a millisecond to go to the next page. It should be that quick, and that is my performance metric, because I know that if it's more than 1 millisecond, my customers will not like it. They will have this experience in every other website in the world, and mine cannot be worse, right? So that is the other release condition that I have, a release metric criteria that I have. Then I will also have scalability criteria. An example of scalability criteria is my sign-in page should support 1 million simultaneous sign-ins. So if 1 million people are simultaneously trying to sign into my website, the website's sign-in page should not crash. And if you guys understand technology, right, you would know that there is that risk that when a lot of people simultaneously try to log in, systems crash. And I know the scale of my market. I know that I have the scenario where 1 million people could simultaneously sign in. So I want to ensure that this is the scalability that my product can support, even in the first phase. And then I will finally have some user acceptance criteria. User acceptance criteria is when I actually test this product with my sample users, right? I should see some metrics that will then allow me to say, okay, this product seems good enough for my users, that I will release it to the larger market. What are the user acceptance criteria? Users should be able to find the sign-in page option, right? Basically that option to say that I can sign in, right? The sign-in option, and enter the next page, the signed page, in less than 3 seconds on an average. This 3 seconds is dependent on the user, right? It's not the system number. It means within 3 seconds, the user should be able to, on the page, right, visually be able to see where the sign-in option is, go there, enter the necessary details, and go to the next page. If it's hidden somewhere, then obviously you cannot do it in 3 seconds, which means that it's a bad design. So this is my user acceptance criteria. And this, my testing team will check. And only if all these conditions are met, this product will be ready for release to the larger world. And similarly, when you are writing your PRD, of course, it's just not about writing, right? You need to give a thought to all these conditions. You need to think of all the criteria that you think are important for you to be met before you can release the product to the outside world, and put that in your PRD so that the people responsible for the launch will be able to make sure that all the release criteria are met. And then comes the final section, the launch or rollout plan. Okay, you have built the product. I've already talked about the different phases. In the first phase, you are building some capabilities. Will you launch it to, let us say you have 10 million users? Will you launch it to all of them straight away? Will you launch city by city? Will you launch at a percentage of users level? You'll have some plan, right? Let us say today, Google is coming up with a new product. It will not launch to everyone in the world straight away, right? It will say that first I will launch it in one city in US, then I will launch it to entire United States, then I will launch it to United States plus Europe, then I will take the same product to the Asian markets. So they may have a rollout plan, and there could be various reasons for having this staggered rollout plan. Maybe the business is not ready to take such a scale straight away, so they want to go in phases, or they want to study some data at each launch sequence level to be able to make the decision of whether to go out with the launch or not. So there could be multiple reasons why you may have a launch plan. But irrespective, you need to make sure that your PRD documents your launch or rollout plan. And there are two components to this, right? One, you have to talk about any specific capabilities that need to be built to even actually respect your launch plan, and two, basically the exact rollout plan itself. So let me give you an example. This should make this section very clear for you. Going back to our sign-in page. Okay, I talked about what should be the capabilities and all that. But I have a launch plan in my mind. My launch plan is to go in a particular sequence of steps. Like I want to launch for some percentage of users in one city, then go on to next city and so on. But my product has to have the capability to be able to even roll it out in this fashion, right? The engineer should not roll it in such a way that today this new sign-in page is not present. Tomorrow if they say deploy, then suddenly this sign-in capability is available for all the website users in the world, all my website users in the world. If I don't tell them, they will obviously end up building it that way, right? So what I'm going to tell them is an ability to launch to X percentage of users, where X is configurable at a geography level. In rest of the geographies and percentages, the existing sign-in will run. So if I tell that today only 5% of users in New York should be able to see my new sign-in page, that's how the rollout should happen. And the system should have that capability for me to configure it that way. And I also have additional capabilities. Since once I have done my partial rollout, right, I want to quickly go to rest of the cities. So I say when the normal all is used in city names, it enables this sign-in for all the cities in the world. And when a state name is used, it represents all the cities in the state, and country represents all the cities in the country. So when I say that all, it will launch to all the cities in the world. When I put a state name, it will launch to all the states or all the cities within the state, and I put a country name, it will launch to everywhere within that country. So these are the capabilities I want. And I'm also putting the rollout plan. The rollout plan is for first week, launch to 5% of users within New York. Now I look at some metrics, and based on that, the next step would be to launch to 10% of Austin. This is the second city for the second week. And then now if the results are good, I will be confident that there is no more reason to go slow. So I'll say if the results are good now after 2 weeks, I will launch to whole of USA in the third week. Rest of the world I will not launch anyways in this phase. That is, I already talked about milestones, right? In the first phase, it's only in English and only for US. So for US, I will go in a 3-week launch plan. First week, 5% in New York. Second week, based on the metrics I see after the launch in the first week, 10% of Austin. And based on this data also, I launch to all of USA in the third week. So this is an example for a rollout plan. I have put my actual rollout plan, and I have also talked about the capabilities that I need to have to be able to launch the way I want. And accordingly, you should also put the corresponding content in your launch or rollout plan section within your PRD. Now that we have looked at the ideal PRD, I'll go and talk about how to write an effective PRD. But before that, I will quickly give a summary and then come to this effective PRD section. We'll talk about the ideal template quickly so that we can remember what we have covered. The first section is define the product purpose or objective. The second section is comparative analysis. The third section within your PRD is the success metrics that define your product success. The fourth section would be about the assumptions that you make. State all your assumptions that you have made when you have come up with this product. Then fifth section would talk about all the options you have considered or all the capabilities that you have considered to solve the primary problem and the pros and cons of each of the options considered. The sixth section is basically the list of the features of the product, and within that detail out the core capabilities of the product. In detail, talk about the use cases, put all the designs in this section, and then finally the data that needs to be recorded. Then comes the section on milestones if it's a multi-phase product, which most products would be. Essentially, this is like putting your roadmap. Then talk about your release criteria, the metrics that needs to be met for your product to be released to the outside world. It may not just be numbers, it could also be other things, right? For example, let us say if you are building a new iPhone, right? One of the release criteria conditions would be that on the day of the launch, right, the retail stores in the countries where you want to launch should be ready with support staff, for example, right? That could also be a release criteria. But make sure this section documents all the release criteria that are absolute necessary for your product to be released to the outside world. And then finally, talk about your rollout plan. Here, talk about the capabilities that are needed to be able to actually launch according to your plan and also your actual launch plan. This is the ideal template for a PRD. Alright, a little heavy topic, right? Alright, now let's come back to how to write an effective PRD. I'll put it in just 3 very important steps, right? The first one is do your homework. Ensure you do proper pre-work of understanding your customers, their use cases, the problem space, competition, and the constraints. Remember, the PRD is not written in a single sitting. It's not like you'll sit and complete your entire PRD in 2 hours, right? There's a lot of groundwork you will do. You'll do your research. You'll do user research initially. You will understand your customer pain points, right? You may talk to a lot of customers, and then you may talk to experts, and you will put one section within your PRD. You may have doubts. You may talk to various other people within your company, collaborate with them, right? Send them, hey, this is the first cut of my PRD. I have not completed it, but I want your comments. So you will do all this, right? So make sure that you do your homework before saying that the PRD is done. Otherwise, your PRD is going to be a very substandard output. The first step is that do your homework. This includes all the pre-work even before you put a word on your PRD, but also it's not like you will do only your homework before the PRD. It's not like you will do all your pre-work and then sit and complete your PRD. But the goal is, it's not like you will do your PRD writing without doing any other research. Remember that your PRD is just the final output, right? Each of those sections are heavy sections, which means you have to do something outside of that. Do that. That's the first important step to writing an effective PRD. A PRD is not written by just sitting at your desk. The next one is have some product principles designed. Why is this important? This will help when trade-offs need to be made. What is the product principle? For example, you can say that as a company, I want my products to be designed very beautifully, which means that now let us say you need to make a trade-off in your PRD, right? About your capabilities. One is aesthetically designing your product, but a lot more effort, which means that effort is also more, there will be more delay before you go to the market. The other is the functionalities are the same, just that it doesn't look so aesthetically good, which means you are faster to the market and the effort is lesser. If you don't have this principle in your mind, you'll probably go with the second option because you think that the second option is cheaper and faster to market. But you as a company have a principle that you will only launch products which are beautifully designed. So that will be the trade-off that you'll have to do. Similarly, let's say you are working at Google, right? For Google, everything is about scale and performance. So that will be the trade-off. Whether launch a product which may not scale that much or launch a product that has scale, right? You will have to make the trade-off. It's not just about cost and time only, right? Where you have to make a trade-off. Maybe you have only 2 options, right? One is beautifully designed. The other is something that is much better off in terms of functionality but not beautifully designed. Then obviously you will go with the beautifully designed, even though the second option could be in functionality a lot more richer than the first option. But it's just that more than functionalities for the customers, design is more important for you as a company, right? Or as a product manager. Make sure you have your product principles in your mind, the framework by which you will do your trade-offs when you are forced to do them. That way you will not make a product that is very inconsistent with your principles. And then the final step is to do a lot of prototype and test the product concept, including usability testing. This will allow you to fine-tune your requirements. Because the goal is you don't want to have too many changes to your PRD, right? You may write one PRD, then you will launch the product. It will have bad design simply because you do not do usability testing, right? Users are not wanting it. And go back, change your PRD. This is not just about writing effective PRD. It's also about building an effective product. Prototyping it's not for actually writing a PRD, right? It's also about making sure you have the best product launched to the market, right? So do your prototyping before you actually have your product launched. Not straight away rush to build a product for your market. So those would be the most important steps. The next ones are slightly less important, right? But of course they are important. It's not like they are not important. Just that the first three are the premium ones that I would say you will have to absolutely remember. After the above steps, put everything in a written format according to the template, and then make sure before you finalize your PRD, which anyways is not written in a single sitting, you have a lot of discussions with stakeholders. A lot of new product managers would shy away from discussions, but my strong suggestion is to remember to do a lot of discussions with all the stakeholders who would be needed for the success of your product before finalizing the PRD, because they may give you such great insights and inputs that will help you enrich the product output, and document that also, whatever they are giving as input. And some important points to remember. Remember, a PRD tells what needs to be done, not how it needs to be done. Why is this important? A lot of product managers who come from strong engineering backgrounds have a natural tendency to tell how it needs to be done. They may say that, hey, use this algorithm or use this technology, right? That is the engineering team's job. It's not your job. You need to tell them what needs to be done, not how it needs to be done. For example, in my example, in the sign-in page sample that I was talking about, what was needed for me was that the product should be scalable for 1 million simultaneous logins. I won't tell them how to do it, right? I won't tell them that, hey, put more cloud infrastructure, do this kind of technology so that it's scalable. No, that is not my job, and I don't want it documented in the PR. That is part of the technical document. Here I just tell them that this is what is needed based on my understanding of my customers. As simple as that. So remember that. If you remember that, you will save a lot of headache in terms of conflicts with your engineering team. And usually, if a PRD is not done well, it's nearly impossible for a good product to result, because you may have great ideas in your mind, right? And you may also overly communicate it well to the other stakeholders. But a lot of times, even though you feel like you're communicated well, stakeholders may not really retain that. And if there is no PRD for them to refer, they may start having their own consumption of what the product should look like, or believe this is what you would ask for, and end up building something else. It will almost become like the Chinese whisper, right? Where you would have given a whisper to the first person, and the last person who ends up getting the whisper would get something totally different. And that will end up happening in your product. So make sure that your PRD is done well. Otherwise, you run the risk of having a product that is not done well. And finally, I've stated it in why the PRD is important. I'm stating it again. It is the single most important written product communication. Note my words. It is the single most important written product communication that brings together all teams and stays even after the original team has left. Because a lot of times the original team would have left, a new team would be working on the product, right? And is the beginning of the conversion from conception to reality. This is the first step. While the end output could be your product, right? This is not something that is a trivial step. It's the first step in this entire process. Alright, let's quickly look at the pitfalls or the mistakes that you can make when writing a PRD. Ensure PRD is fully detailed and not an exercise out of compulsion. A lot of new product managers think that, hey, coming up with a cool product is my responsibility, right? Writing a PRD is just documentation. No, it's not documentation. Don't do it out of compulsion. It's a communication channel, right? And it probably will live even after you have left the company, with future product managers referring to it. So ensure your PRD is fully detailed and not an exercise out of compulsion. Avoid freezing it without stakeholder review. You definitely need to have multiple stakeholders review it. Ensure proper usability testing is done and documented in PRD before building product. Because without that, tomorrow if, let us say, you have a scenario where the product fails, right? You would have no one to blame apart from yourself. But once you have done your usability testing, the proof is out there. Everyone knows that you have gone ahead with the product because you are done in the usability testing, and you know that these are the ones that the users wanted, and you would have incorporated that within your product. Focus on the what than the how. We had already talked about this. Strike a balance and ensure requirements is neither too engineering driven or customer driven. Sometimes you will end up something that is very customer driven, right, without giving any thought to engineering. That doesn't mean you talk about the engineering components and all that. It's just that you try to keep a balance in your capabilities, right? For example, if you have seen my PRD, I talked about engineering items, right, like scalability and all that, and more specifically within the rollout plan, how the configuration should look like. It had nothing to do with the customer, right? It was purely an engineering capability so that I can launch in the way I wanted. But I also had customer driven capabilities like help section and all that. And then finally, ensure the objective is very clear. Sometimes people will not put the objective. They will have all the requirements. No one will know why they are building these requirements. The first step is to ensure the objective is very clear. Alright. So to quickly give you a summary, the PRD is the most important written document that you can have as a product manager. It is the first step in the actual product development process.
In the dynamic world of product management, success requires more than just theory. It demands hands-on expertise. Introducing the PG certificate in product management by Duke Corporate Education, the most immersive program designed to elevate your career. Join a global community of innovators, access cutting-edge resources, and accelerate your journey to leadership in product management. Don't miss out. Click the link in the description and enroll today in the PG Certificate in Product Management by Duke Corporate Education.
In this session, we will look at understanding your target market as a product manager. Why is understanding your market important in product management? As a product manager, the first step you will do would be understanding your market. And why is this important? As a product manager, building a product without having a clear understanding of the larger market your product is targeted at is a recipe for failure. You need to have a very clear understanding. For example, a product like Google Chrome was not launched independently because Google saw Microsoft as a competition and then taking an internal myopic view alone. In fact, it was launched after having sufficient understanding of the larger browser market and how it fits into the overall internet. If Google did not really understand the market, it would have essentially just tried to maybe outdo Microsoft and ended up failing in its. Once it understood the market, it understood the needs of that market and took a first principles approach to make sure that it built the right product for the market it was targeting, which was essentially the larger browser market. The outcome of this activity, essentially understanding your market, will allow you as the product manager and your company to make the decision of whether to launch the product in the market, along with deciding the business model and strategy. Going back to the example, when Google did a research of the browser market, it was able to realize that there was a much larger gap that was available and there are a lot of problems that Microsoft had still not solved for. And this information allowed it to launch the product along with deciding its business model and strategy. In fact, even the construct of launching a browser was part of the biggest strategy that Google had of capturing the overall online internet space. Let's go a little deeper into understanding the market. To have a detailed understanding of the market or industry, I will keep using this term interchangeably. Market and industry means the same. Below are some of the techniques you can use. Each of them serve a specific function in helping you in your understanding. So broadly, at the outset, we have something called as macro environmental forces. This consists of the technological factors, the legal and political factors, the demographic factors, the socio-cultural factors, economic factors, and global essentially means environmental factors affecting a particular industry or a market. Once you have done that, you will do something called as industry analysis, which is a much deeper understanding of the particular industry you are trying to look at. This is also called as Porter's 5 forces. This analysis looks at the threat of new entrant in this market, the power of the suppliers in the market, power of the buyers in the market, the available product substitutes that could challenge your product in this market, and the rivalry or the competition that exists within this market. To give you an example of the product substitutes and the power they hold, if let us say you are trying to enter into the coffee market, you should realize that tea is a strong substitute for coffee, and that is something you need to remember, right? How strong the tea market is will have a direct bearing on your particular product. since it's a substitute for coffee. And the final analysis would be with respect to your particular competitor who can influence your business within that market. So to repeat, the understanding of the market involves the following. The first step would be understanding the macro environmental forces, which include your technological, political, demographic, socio-cultural, economical and environmental factors. Post that, you will do an industry analysis, which includes understanding of the threat of new entrants, power of the suppliers, power of the buyers, product substitutes, and the rivalry in that particular industry or market. And finally, will involve doing a detailed analysis of the competition, aka competitor analysis. Let's go a little deeper into environmental analysis, called as macro environmental forces. Environmental analysis helps the product manager understand the macro factor about the target market. It does not deal with the micro factors, right? So micro factors are factors very specific to your target market. For example, let us say even within the coffee market, probably let us say you are dealing with youngsters, right, and want to launch an hip coffee brand, right? You will try to do a more detailed understanding of the type of customers who would fit within your age bracket. Now that's a micro analysis, right? A macro analysis slightly higher, right? For example, right, many years back in India, for example, the coffee prices at the production level was controlled, which meant that if you wanted to enter that market, the price you will set for your product is a direct function of these macro factors, which is basically the political factors in the country. Or when you are launching a new product, the technological factor is not a micro factor. It's not about your particular customer, right, or what technology uses. At a macro level, at an industry level, probably the technology that you need to launch your product is not even available. Let me elaborate it with an example. Consider the example of launching a new OTT service like Netflix in India without understanding the demographic factors of the country, which means the factors that influence the interest of that particular market. For example, the age group of the market, the common interest, right, the gender mix, all those are demographic factors of the country. And if the company like Netflix did not understand these factors, the content that is carried, nor the price that is charged, may align with the country's needs. If the country is traditionally interested in more of content that is more localized, maybe then Netflix should not carry international content and focus on local language content. If, let us say, the economical factor of the market that you are looking at, in this case India, is very price sensitive, right, and the larger part of the market is not really affluent, then the price cannot be as it is in the Western world. Now, if a product manager for Netflix did not understand these macro factors, specifically demographic factors of age and content expectation of the country, as well as economical factors like price, he may end up building a product that is not really liked in this country. If I have to give you one more example, right, when popular apps like Uber and Facebook came to India, and here this is more about the technological factors. When these apps came to India, the mobile speeds that existed in India did not do justice to their features. Most of these companies understood the environment of the Indian market and accordingly designed apps to run on Indian 2G speeds. If they did not understand these macro environmental forces, basically technology in this case, they would have ended up just launching whatever was working in the Western world, which would have definitely not worked in India simply because the technology was not there to support the product that they would have launched. They just brought it from the Western world. Since in the previous section we have looked at what environmental analysis means, also with an example on why it is important, here I will try to go a little deeper and break down the various factors that are analyzed as part of environmental analysis before you enter a market. The first one is the demographic factors. What constitutes demographic factors? Age, income, spending habits, and ethnicity of the population. So in the previous example of Netflix, for example, the demographic that they were targeting, right, needed more local content, not your very Western content, and also something that was more, cheaper rather than something that is targeted towards affluent part of the markets. The second one is technological factors. This essentially talks about the technologies at your disposal to build an effective product. This was elaborated with the 2G and the 3G example. The next factor that is looked at is the socio-cultural factors. These include trends, behaviors, and attitudes related to the culture of a particular market. This becomes very, very important. To give you an example, a product, even though it's a company, right? At the end of the day, it's also a product. Starbucks. The way Starbucks operates in some countries is very, very different from how it operates in the Arab world. Because of the local culture of that particular market, the ordering structure is different. Men and women have different entries. They have different ordering counters. All these were brought in because there was an understanding of that particular market's cultural needs. All these constitute socio-cultural factors. Economic factors here means the broader economical factors of the market, while income falls into demographic factors, which is basically the earning potential of your target market's population. Economical factors here means macro factors like GDP, the interest rates in the country, inflation, and exchange rates. The fifth one is political and legal factors, essentially the stability of the government, tax policies, and trade agreements. And finally, environmental factors, which include pollution, climate, environmental related laws. So to repeat, when you have to do environmental analysis, try to first do detailed research about the demographic factors, which include factors like the age group, income, spending habits of the population. Next, look at the technological factors that can influence your market, essentially the technologies that are available in this market. The third one to look at is socio-cultural factors, factors like trends, behaviors, attitudes, essentially the culture of a particular market. The fourth one is economic factors, factors such as GDP, interest rates, inflation and exchange rates. The fifth one is political and legal factors, factors like the stability of the government, tax policies and trade agreements. And finally, environmental factors, factors that has little to do with the business itself and includes factors like pollution, climate and environment related laws. For easy remembrance, you can use the term PISL. P stands for political, E for economical, S for socio-cultural, T for technological, L for legal, and the final E stands for environment. You can use the term PISL. Alright. And by the way, do remember, it's not necessary for you to capture all these factors because some markets does not deserve an analysis on the environmental factors, right? Because the product you are planning to build would have nothing to do with the environment itself. Maybe if I'm a tech company, I'll really not care about the pollution and climate laws in that country. For some products, maybe the economic factors of the country may not matter at all. For some countries, a GDP rate could influence your product. Maybe if it's a product that is not really influenced by the economic factors of that country or that market, you don't have to bother about it. So make sure that you capture the factors that can influence your final product. Let me give you an example of environmental analysis. So in this example, we'll talk about how political and legal factors, which are part of environmental analysis, have affected the online cab industry in the Indian ecosystem. So essentially, if you take the Indian online cab industry, right, before a change in the political and legal scenario, the surge pricing was not capped, which meant that what we call as peak pricing, whether it was Uber or Ola, could charge whatever they wanted. And specific states in India then decided due to political reasons that surge pricing is not something that they were comfortable with, because a lot of customers were actually clamoring for capping search pricing. This was more of a political factor. Based on the political factor, while these companies did try to make sure that their search pricing was not too much, these political factors led to a legal limit that now sets a cap to search pricing. Now this is no longer just a political reason. Now there is actually a legal limit to the search pricing. Of course, this cap is going to be very different in some cities like Bangalore in India, while in some other states the limit could be very, very different. Now, when you consider these environmental factors for any new product entrant who's trying to enter this online cab industry, they should focus on ensuring their product has capability to limit search pricing, which means that now their product's algorithm itself should be having this capability to ensure that search pricing is within this limit that is set by the government, which can keep changing based on various government factors. Now, if a company does not understand this environmental factor, they will end up actually building a product which would land them in a soup. This is a very classic example of how environmental analysis, right, can tell you the environmental factors that essentially led to a change in the product itself. In the previous slides, we looked at macro environmental analysis. Now we will look at something called as Porter's 5 forces. While environmental analysis is for understanding the macro factors and the industry trends, Porter's 5 forces allows you to have a much better micro understanding of your market, which will then allow you to determine how to position your product and decide your strategy. What are these 5 forces? The number 1 force is the threat of new entrant. It talks about the ease with which a new entrant can enter the industry. The second force is the buyer power in that industry, which essentially talks about the power held by the customers in the industry. The third one is supplier power, which is the ability of suppliers to drive up prices and pull down margins. The fourth one is threat of substitutes, the possibility of another product upstaging yours. What does this mean? For example, let us say you are trying to enter into the coffee market, right, with a new coffee product. Now the substitute for coffee is tea. So which means that your threat is not just about other coffee companies trying to uproot you, but also the tea companies, because tea is a very strong substitute for coffee. And then finally, the competitive rivalry, which is a measure of how intense current competition is within the industry. Whenever you are trying to enter a market, in the first step you will do your macro environmental analysis and document that information. The next step would be to do your Porter's 5 forces analysis, and this analysis is done by documenting these 5 factors, right, about that particular market, which will then give you enough insights to take a decision of launching your product in this market, and most importantly also your business strategy. Let me give an example of Porter's 5 forces in strategy. In the tech industry, the ease with which any new product can enter the market is a major threat for existing players, because if you look at it, right, most of the companies don't really have a very strong moat, and the market is so fickle that you may have some other product usurp the existing product, the dominant product. This is the reason why companies invest a lot, in fact, in ensuring they have sufficient users, customers, because when they have scale, they have a lot more power. But more importantly, they also ensure that the cost of switching for the customer is very high. For example, probably the data of the customer is available in the existing company, right, and is already so fully saved in the product, like their profile, their usage and all that. When they want to switch to a newer product, removing all this data, if it's not possible, then it's an high cost of switching for the customers. They may not want to switch. And similarly, the companies also try to invest a lot in increasing the loyalty of the customers through other modes. Like for example, Amazon Prime is an excellent example, where while it is easy for a customer to switch between Amazon and some other player, right, for example in India, Flipkart, Amazon knows that one way to lock customers is to have a program like Amazon Prime, because you pay for the year and your benefits accrue over the entire year, which means as a customer, the cost of switching now is higher. You can't just go and buy on a new platform. You may have to pay much more for shipping costs in the new platform. Now this 5 forces analysis influences a company's strategy. For example, when you look at Instagram, right? Instagram became popular, and this was something that Facebook recognized. For Facebook, Instagram was a very strong substitute because for the users, right? While Facebook is also for connecting with their friends and having a social network, Instagram was also doing the same thing for a lot of users. And in fact, the younger and newer entrants to this market were actually finding that Instagram was much more hip than Facebook. Now for Facebook, this was a very big strategic challenge. And it was not just about Instagram, right? Whenever any company comes in that they know can make a customer move into this new platform to continue their task of being connected with their friends, they acquired them, which is how Instagram got acquired and added to their portfolio. When WhatsApp became the new mode of communicating and connecting for people, it also became one more acquisition for Facebook. On the other hand, in some markets, for example, right, in Apple's market, right, Apple notes it's a very dominant player and rarely does it have a competition that can disrupt it, which means most of these companies are not acquisition targets for Apple. On the other hand, for Apple, it knows the power of its suppliers could disrupt its entire supply chain and its final ability to sell great products to its customers. For example, the glass that goes into its product or the chips that goes into its product. So it's an industry where the suppliers have a lot of power, which means that Apple makes sure that it invests a lot in having a very good relationship with its suppliers. Once you have done your Porter's 5 forces analysis, the next step is to do competitive analysis. To have a structured understanding of the competitors in your target market, you need to detail out the below about your competitor. Competitive analysis allows you to understand the value proposition of your competitors, and this understanding then allows you to ensure that you have a differentiated offering and not end up offering the same value as your competitor. And of course, competitive analysis also helps you decide your business model and your strategy. So the first step in competitive analysis is identifying your competitors. While this looks obvious, it's not a very trivial task. Who exactly are your competitors? If you had looked at the previous example of Facebook, who are the competitors, right? It was not obvious for Facebook to look at Instagram and WhatsApp. In fact, it was the early stages for Instagram, and a lot of companies did not recognize Instagram as a competition for social media. But Facebook was able to recognize it. It was not Orkut who was the bigger competitor for Facebook in the newly evolving social media world. So you need to be very careful about identifying your competitors. They may be hidden in plain sight. The next step is to analyze the background of your competitors and then assess the competitor business models. Why is this also important? Because it allows you to understand what is their revenue model, right? What is their cost structure? For example, a competitor who is offering an annual paid model for a software could be an insight for you to move into monthly subscription based model. In fact, Salesforce entered the market that way, right? While most of these softwares at that point in time were installed on your computer kind of products with a bulk payment method where you paid for the entire year, Salesforce came with a very light product on the cloud which can be paid for at a monthly level, right, based on your usage. Basically, you can buy some licenses and just pay for it at a monthly level, which meant that it unblocked itself for a lot of smaller players. Smaller companies could now use Salesforce, which were earlier not able to use any software because of this annual business model. So understanding your competitor business model could offer you great insights into coming up with a differentiated offering. The next one is to evaluate the strengths and weaknesses. Try to understand the strengths of your competition and then play along with it. Sometimes you would realize that if you cannot go after the strength, you will probably understand their weakness, and that could be a sweet spot. To give you an example, while Amazon has very strong strength in its supply chain in India, which means that it can deliver products very fast within the cities, Amazon is not typically viewed as a value offering for a lot of customers in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities in India, which is their weakness. While in cities, customers love Amazon, it's not so in the other smaller towns. And this weakness is something that Flipkart used as its strength, because Flipkart recognizes that in the smaller tones, value offering is what is important for the customer and not the speed of your delivery. Which meant that instead of fighting after speed in the cities and trying to capture that market, they had focused on the tier 2 and tier 3 cities at a much bigger scale than Amazon. That is using your competitors' weakness and turning it as your strength. The next is basically analyze the details and performances of your competitor products. This is fairly standard, right? Once you understand what are the performance factors of your competition, you'll be able to offer far superior product. For example, when Google launched its browser, 70% of the market share was with Internet Explorer. Google recognized that the performance of Internet Explorer was not great and was able to launch a product that was far superior to the competitor's product, in this case Microsoft, and was able to by now capture 70% of the market. Microsoft, which was a dominant player many years back, is now a very small player in the overall browser world. And finally, if possible, if you can do this, try to predict the future initiatives of your competition. So the way forward is basically to do this analysis and document all these different fields. And then you try to draw your insights. From all this analysis, you will be able to A, understand the value proposition of your competitor, and B, understand what is the offering that you can now provide to your customer, which is something that is very different from what your competitor does and not something that the competitor can easily disrupt. Once you have done your analysis at A, the macro level called environmental analysis, B, a more detailed analysis of your industry, basically Porter's 5 forces, and C, done a detailed competitive analysis, you would have a lot of information about your market. But there is one more thing that any company has to look at before it can launch a product in a market. Basically the size of the market or the money making potential of a particular market. To give you an example, let us say Google Product Manager comes up with a feature that allows you to translate mails from one language to another language. Basically, whenever a mail comes to you, with a click of a button, let us say you can translate it from one language to another language. Now, this product manager believes that he can actually make revenue out of this product. Now, at Google's scale and size, let us say the potential for this market, after trying to figure out what will be the overall revenue that you can make from this translation product, the product manager realizes that the maximum you can make is only $50 million. Now, while $50 million is a sizable revenue potential for a lot of companies, for Google it's minuscule. The effort that they will have to put to build this product will not be justified with this revenue potential. Now, Google will probably not go after this opportunity. If this revenue opportunity was not calculated, they would have ended up wasting their effort, time and money building a product for a market which even at its maximum size would not be worth their effort. So similarly, whenever you are trying to launch a product in a market, you need to know the potential of that market in terms of giving you money. When I say money, it could be money, users, revenue, whatever is the metric you are gunning for. So what are the 3 metrics you will look at when you are sizing the market? 1. Total available market. This is the overall population that presents a revenue opportunity for your product. Serviceable available market. The proportion of this market that can be reached by your product realistically. Let us say you are trying to launch a product in India, right? And you know that this product can be used by any Indian, right? Irrespective of its economic status or its gender or demographic factors. So which means the total available market is about 1.2 billion. But you know that realistically, because of various constraints, because of your distribution channels, because of the other constraints that exist, you will not be able to capture all of this market, even if given infinite time and money, right? Then let us say the proportion of the market that you can actually reach is 50% of it. Then the serviceable available market for you is 50% of this 1 billion, about $500 million. And then the final one is your target segment. While let us say you initially thought that this product can be targeted for the entire population, and within that, you know, because of various other constraints, you can reach only one portion of this market. Even within that, you will know that you would want to target a particular user segment, because without that, your product may not satisfy all the customers. No single product could have all the features that satisfy all the users. Maybe elderly people would have a preference for some features, right? Younger people may have a preference for some other features. So you will try to figure out your target. Basically the target users within your market. For example, let us say you are coming up with a music app. Well, theoretically, this music app could be used by anyone who is having a mobile phone, which is a very large population. Initially, due to various constraints, you may not be able to launch a music app which can be used by everyone. Maybe you will initially target only the tech-savvy youngsters, and then once your product has matured, you will come up with newer features to launch a product that is usable by a different segment like elderly people. So when you are initially targeting the tech-savvy youngsters, your target users are these tech-savvy youngsters, and your market is accordingly of that size for this music app. When you are trying to do sizing of market, you can use two different approaches to determine the size of your market. Approach 1 is called top-down approach, which involves from the entire market, you determine the number of customers and the level of consumption to arrive at the target market size. So basically you start with a macro number and then try to drill down your final market size. Bottom-up approach is used when, let us say, you don't have some of these macro numbers, or there is no mathematical way to drill down to your target. Then you estimate the potential sales for a single business in the market, and from it arrive at the total sales figure. For example, let us say you want to figure out what could be the revenue potential of Reliance, right? It's not very easy to do a top-down approach. You cannot start from entire India's population and say this is the market size for Reliance and this should be its revenue. So in this case, probably you will go with bottom-up approach, where you will start with the potential sale of Reliance within a small geographic area which you are more intimately aware of because of your experience being in that market, and then you will try to extrapolate it to reach the final total sales figure. This bottom-up approach. Let me give an example of top-down approach. And by the way, this bottom-up approach or top-down approach is used very frequently in product management. Of course, the numbers that are plugged into this approach, if you are actually working in a company and trying to figure out a number, would involve plugging in actual values. While if you are doing it in an interview, for example, let us say a question is asked in a product manager interview, then you will still use the same approach to calculate the market size. But of course, you will have to try to guess the closest possible correct value that you can guess and plug those values. So let us say you need to estimate the number of tweets in a day from India. Let us say you are a product manager in a company which is trying to come up with a product that can actually put a small advertisement along with a tweet. This is a third-party company which is saying that, hey, let me launch this feature. Probably a lot of Twitter users will like this product, which allows them to actually show an ad along with their tweet, and then take a part of the money that is made out of that ad and give it to the Twitter user. So let us say this is your broad goal, basically to estimate the number of tweets in a day from India. So in this approach, first form the formula that will give the final value. How do I get the final value? So first I will take the percentage of urban internet users you use. Now out of this percentage, I will multiply it with the number of urban internet users. And then out of these total number of internet users within the urban set who use Twitter, I calculate the percentage of active users and multiply it. This will give me X. So X is basically the number of active users who use Twitter in the urban population. Right? Basically, active urban internet Twitter users is X. Now, the other one would be the percentage of urban internet users who use Twitter into number of urban internet users into percentage of passive users, which is equal to Y. So what is Y? Y is the percentage of passive users in the urban internet Twitter using population. So X into number of tweets by active users in a day plus Y, which is the total number of people who are passive users and tweet within the urban population. When I multiply that with the number of tweets per passive user in a day, I get the total number of tweets in a day from India. Of course, I have made one assumption here that there are no tweets made by anyone who is from a rural area. I am assuming that only urban people are tweeting. Of course, that's an assumption. When you are actually trying to do this calculation, you may want to make sure that you represent all users. For example's sake, I have tried to keep this formula simple. Now let me plug values into the previous equation. So assuming population of India is 1.2 billion, which is the macro number, right? Top-down approach. So I start with the big number and then multiply it with the percentage of people within this population who constitute urban India, which is basically 30%. 30% of the people belong to urban parts in India. And out of this 30% urban population, 60% are internet users. And out of this 60%, assume 30% are Twitter users. And of the total number of Twitter users, 30% are active users and 70% are passive users. So X, when I plug these values, would be equal to 20 million, and Y from the previous equation, when I plug these values, is equal to 46 million. Thus, the total number of tweets per day is equal to 20 into, let us say the number of tweets by an active user in a day is 3, which gives you 60 million. And to this I add Y, which is 46 million multiplied by number of tweets by passive users in a day. Y is basically the number of passive users, right? I will multiply that by the number of tweets made by these passive users, which is, let us say, 3 by 7. Basically in a week, let us say they make 3. While active users tweet 3 in a day, passive users tweet 3 in a week. When I plug these values, the final number I get is 80 million. Note, the difference between guesstimating for quick numbers and doing this in a systematic way is just the value of the numbers. The process remains the same. For example, when you are guesstimating quickly in an interview, or for example, you are just doing it to quickly decide whether you want to even spend some time thinking about an idea, you can probably just plug the values which you think are the closest to the actual values. But the methodology remains the same. You still have to come up with the formula, right? And then plug values within each of these parameters in that formula. If you are doing it in a company, if the actual number is not directly available, which means the final number, you still have to come up with the formula and make sure that you plug these values by actual numbers instead of the guessed numbers, like when you are doing a quick guesstimation. Now let us look at an example of bottom-up approach. Let us say you want to estimate McDonald's revenue. How can you do it? One is top-down approach, but let us say in this case it's not easy, right? How will you be able to calculate McDonald's revenue? It's almost impossible, right? On the other hand, I can calculate McDonald's revenue through a bottom-up approach. Bottom-up approach starts with a very micro number and keeps multiplying it with different parameters till you get the final macro number. And the micro number usually comes from a very intimate information that you have. This information could also be based on your observation. Let us say I am trying to calculate McDonald's revenue and I am not working at McDonald's, so which means that let us say I don't have access to this revenue number. How do I go about it? I will do bottom-up approach. First, based on my personal observation, right? Let us say I am a US customer. Based on my observation, I would know that McDonald's is open from 7 AM to 11 PM daily. The 24 hours is wrong. So it's basically from 7 AM to 11 PM. And I also know, because I have actually observed this, right? This is from my personal experience, that McDonald's is busy from 8 AM to 8 PM every day. This is their peak hour. And during these peak hours, they have an average of 50 customers per hour. Kids on an average order for about $6 and adults order for about $9. So up to this, all these values came from my personal observation. I know McDonald's is open from 7 o'clock to 11 PM. I know they are usually busy from 8 AM to 8 PM. And roughly based on my observation, I also know that on an average, during these peak hours, they have about 50 customers. Of course, it's a guesstimation, which means that in some hours, when I had gone there, I would have noticed around 30 people. Some hours, I would have noticed around 70 people. So I would have tried to average this out. And I also know from my own experience that if it's a kid who's ordering with me, it's usually $6, and if it's an adult, it's around $9. So on an average, the revenue per person is around $8. Now if I plug these values, I know the average revenue per hour is $400 per hour, because in an hour we have 50 customers, each customer ordering for $8, so total is $400 per hour. And during peak hours, the revenue is then $400 into 12 hours of peak time, which gives you $4,800. Assume a typical McDonald's store makes 85% of revenue from peak hours. This is an assumption. Thus, total revenue per store per day is equal to about $5,647. And this translates to about $2 million in a year. Now, based on my observation, I know that the US city has on average 2 stores and there are about 5,000 cities. This gives total revenue as 5,000 into 2 into 2 is about $20 billion. $2 million per store into 2 stores into 5,000 cities is $20 billion. And assuming 50% of the global revenue is from US, the overall global revenue of McDonald's stores is 40 billion. When you are actually calculating these values, right, the first step, like I told, is basically to first form a formula which can give you the final value that you want. Basically a type of an equation. And make sure that you form a formula which allows you to actually plug in the values. Don't create a formula where you have no way to plug in values, right? You can't even guess or make an intelligent assumption. And once you have plugged the values and done your math, whatever final value comes, right? If it's an interview, try to give a logical check to it to see whether it is a logical and feasible number. When it's actually in your product management experience, while the formula is very, very important, most probably you will have the actual values to plug into your formula. You don't have to worry about the final number. But if it's an interview, since you are just guesstimating these values, try to see whether the final number is logically sound. For example, in my calculation, let us say, if I am able to calculate the revenue as 500 million, I can be very confident that it's wrong. Because no way is McDonald's going to make only 500 million in a year. Right? It's basic common sense. So I will try to see which part of the formula I could have made mistake. Did I miscalculate the number of stores on average in a city? Did I miscalculate the number of people who will be ordering in a McDonald's? So I can go through my entire set of values that I plugged into my formula and then accordingly tweak so that I get the final value which is as close to what I think seems logical and feasible. So now let me quickly recap market sizing. Market sizing helps you identify the size of your market, which is an important factor for you to decide whether to launch your product. It basically answers the question, is the market large enough? The realistic proportion of this market that you can capture is called serviceable available market. Two approaches are used in market sizing. The approach one is called top-down approach, which is used when you have only macro numbers, which means if there is a possibility of getting your final value by plugging in from a top-down approach method, then you will use top-down approach. For example, questions like how many shampoo bottles are used in India in a year, or let us say you have questions like how many Kirana stores are present or available in India. Let us say you are looking at launching a new app that can allow small Kirana stores, your mom and pop stores, to manage their financial accounting. Then you want to calculate what is the size of this market, right? You want to calculate the number of Kirana stores in India. Now in this case, you cannot use a bottom-up approach. You can probably use a top-down approach. You can say that the total population of India and how many Kirana stores are available per X number of people, right? Maybe one Kirana store is available for 100 people in urban places and maybe one Kirana store is available for 50 people in rural areas. So you can use some method like that to get that number. So in this case, I will use a top-down approach. Bottom-up approach is used when you have only observations and there is no way to actually get to your number through a top-down approach. Typically used when you are launching a new capability or feature set within an existing product. For example, when you are trying to launch a new YouTube premium service, maybe you will not use a top-down approach. You can use a bottom-up approach. Of course, if you are working at YouTube, you will probably be able to get the number directly. But presume that you don't have that number already stored in YouTube data. Then probably you will have to still calculate the market, and probably for that you can use a bottom-up approach. For both the approaches, figure out the formula based on the values that you have to calculate the final number. And of course, in the real world, it's better to use both the approaches if there's a possibility of using both of these approaches. Some problems may have both these approaches. For example, let us say you want to figure out a number and you know that you can use both top-down approach and bottom-up approach to get that number. Do both and then average out the values, which means the errors would be lesser, right? Because you are using both the approach and trying to figure out the exact number. And when you don't have values and assume numbers, then it's called a guesstimate. If you had read about product management interviews, you would know that this is a standard question in most product management interviews called guesstimate. It is nothing but a market sizing question. In guesstimate, the process is the same, but the values are assumed in the absence of actual values. So now let me quickly summarize what we have learned in market research. Understanding your market is the first step before building a product. And understanding your market is the most important step to effectively build a successful product that fits the market needs. So the first step in market research would be to understand the macro factors of the market like customer behavior, etc. through environmental analysis. So the first step is to do your environmental analysis. The next step is to use Porter's 5 forces to understand the structure of your industry and determine your competitive strategy. Once you have done your environmental analysis and your Porter's 5 forces, perform competitive analysis to have a detailed understanding of your competitors. Then size your market. This will allow you to decide whether the market is big enough to warrant launching a product. First, do these steps. Don't try to get any insights out of it. So you would have done your environmental analysis and documented the outcome of your research in the structured format that we have discussed. Next, you will do your Porter's analysis and document the output of your research in the format that we have discussed. Then you will do your competitive analysis and document it in the format that we have discussed. You will also calculate the size of your market. Now you have 4 different important data sets, right? Environmental analysis, detailed Porter's 5 forces analysis or industry analysis at a micro level, your competitive analysis, and then also the size of the market for your particular target segment. Now with these information that is available, you will be able to first, A, take the decision of do you even want to go after this market, B, determine what is the right strategy and business model to focus on, C, determine what is the type of customer segment you want to go after, right, or the target set of users that you want to go after, along with what could be the challenges in this market. Right. Once you have got all these insights, now you will move on to your user understanding called as user research, which is the next step, which we will cover in subsequent discussions. Of course, what we have learned today is a very heavy topic, and the goal of this session is to try to give you a flavor of what market research is and why it is important and what it entails. You would have to do a lot more of reading up on this topic, and if at all you have questions or comments, please feel free to ask your queries in the comment section. Thank you.
In the heart of today's interconnected world, your career aspirations deserve a gateway to global success. Introducing an online MBA by Liverpool Business School, your passport to unlocking boundless opportunities. Craft your future with a tailored MBA experience offering 6 specialized tracks, 6 elective courses and engaging case studies that prepare you for the challenges of tomorrow. Elevate your career with a degree that transcends borders. Your journey to leadership begins here.
In this session, we will be looking at understanding your customer and your user. Basically, in this session, we will look at user research. So, the topics that we would look at today would be, the first one would be Introduction to User Research, where we will cover basics of user research, difference between a user and a customer. We look at market research and user research and how they differ. We look at product development in the 0 to 1 and 1 to n stage and the user research in these stages. Also, we look at the common user research methods along with how do you select a suitable method. Going deeper, we will also look at surveys, basically the various types of surveys. How do you formulate a survey question? And finally, analyzing data collected through surveys. Then we will look at user interviews, the basics of it, how to conduct an interview, and formulating insights from the conductor interviews. Then we look at what contextual inquiry is, right, with an example. And finally, we will look at what is user feedback and why is it important. So the basics of user research. Why is user research important? In the earlier sessions, we looked at market research and its importance for a product manager. Today we will try to understand why a user research is very important for a product manager. First, user research allows you to validate the hypothesis and assumptions you may have about your product till it is validated by the user, right? Anything that you have is basically just an hypothesis or some assumption. For example, you may believe that a particular product may be wanted by the users. But user research is one that can validate this belief that you have. In many cases, it allows you to identify user needs and requirements, where you already have some insight into what an user wants. You can probably go directly to your assumption and validate it. But if, let us say, you are not even clear about that, like trying to launch a new product into a totally new market targeted at a new set of users, you would need user research to identify their needs and requirements. And finally, even as you are building your product, user research allows you to establish a coherent process for product iteration and refinement. Every stage of development would be ably supported with user research. You will do your user research, you will get inputs, derive insights from those inputs and use them as an input again for the product development. So to repeat, as a product manager, user research helps you to validate your hypotheses and assumptions that you may have about your product, allows you to identify new user needs and requirements if you don't really have a product yet, or even with an existing product where you want to go towards a newer capability or feature. And finally, allows you to establish a coherent process for product iteration and refinement. Probably you can take a look at the image I have put on the right side, which nicely explains what user research is all about, right? It takes a lot of input from the users and allows you to finally derive ideas or advices as may be the goal of that particular activity. So what are the steps that are involved in conducting user research? We will look at them below. The first step is to state the hypothesis you want to validate. For example, right? Let us say you are having a mail product like Gmail and you believe that a new feature called translation services, wherein a click of a button will allow you to translate the content of your mail, is something that you think your customers want. Now this is your hypothesis, that this feature of translating mail content is something that customers would want. Right? This will be the first step, stating the hypothesis. The next would be define the objective you hope to achieve through the research. So the slight variation is, once you have an hypothesis, right, you have an objective. What do you want to do with this hypothesis? Do you want to say that majority of users will like this translation service? Is that your objective? Or is the objective something else? That probably, while Gmail in itself is free for a lot of users, this particular service is something that users will be willing to pay for. Is that the objective you want to achieve? Calculate what is the amount that users will pay. So make sure you have a clarity on the objective you want to achieve through your user research. The next step would be to select the most suitable user research method, depending on the type of product, the platform and the nature of the information you want to collect. Which means if it's a product which has still not been built, you are going to form the first version of the product. The user research method you may use could be different from the user research method that you will use when it's just one iteration or an addition to the existing product. And again, let us say you want to collect very qualitative data, right? Like more like feedback. You may choose one particular method. On the other hand, if you want a very quantitative data, like what percentage of users would like the particular feature that you are planning to launch. Now, if that is the goal, to get a quantitative insight, the research method that you would use would be different. So the third step is to actually make a choice of the method you are going to use based on your particular conditions, like the type of product and the nature of the information you want to collect. Next is conducting the actual research and gathering data. At this point, you are not trying to draw any insights, right? And not bring any of your own bias. For example, if let us say you are doing something called as interviewing, which is part of user research. It's a method in user research. Make sure that you don't ask leading questions to your customers or users. Right? Conduct the research in a very sterile way and just gather data. Your role here is to be just a gatherer of data, not someone who brings his own preconceived notion to the research process. And finally, once the data has been collected, clean data has been collected, analyze this collected data and draw actionable insights. So to repeat, the first step would be to state the hypothesis you want to validate. The next would be define the objectives you hope to achieve through the research. Once you have decided on what is the hypothesis that you want to validate and what is the objective of this particular research, right? Is it a validation in terms of numbers? Is it more about getting more qualitative data that could help you flesh out your hypothesis better once you have got clarity on the objective? Go to the next step, which is choosing the most suitable user research method. Once you have decided on the right user research method, conduct the research and gather data. And finally, analyze the collected data and draw actionable insights. Before we move further, let us look at the difference between users and customers. You would have heard this term interchangeably in a lot of your product management experience, right? If you are an experienced product manager, probably you will already know the difference. But if you are new to product management, you would have heard this from other product managers. But it's a confusing thing, correct? Remember, they are not the same. A user is someone who uses your product but doesn't pay anything for it. A user is someone who uses your product but doesn't pay anything for it. A customer actually pays for your product or service. So let me elaborate this with an example. For example, let us say you are launching a software product for 1st grade to 5th grade children, and this is a math software. Now the children are the users. They are the ones who are going to actually use the product. Right? They are going to look at the exams, problems in your software, right? Whatever theory content you have in the software, but they will not pay for it. The parent or the school would be the purchase decision maker for this example, right, of a math software. So the customer here is the parent or the school, while the user is the children. Now what does this tell you? That you need to understand the user and a specific pain point to ensure he finds value in the product. For the customer, while you may not understand what is the pain point that he has that you have to solve with this product, you have to make sure that the value that the user gets is perceivable by the customer. So in this example, the parent should actually know, since they are the ones who are paying and they are the customers, that hey, my child is actually getting value out of this product, and that should be perceivable. Maybe you have a rating system, maybe you have some other way tell the parent that the child is actually progressing and getting value out of the product. And make sure you incorporate all commercial decisions keeping the customer in mind. For example, maybe you will decide a monthly subscription model or a one-time payment, but that decision would be based on the customer. While in the example that I have given you, right, it's so obvious and easy to make this choice because the user is very different from the customer. They are children, obviously they are not going to pay. It may not be so in a lot of other cases. For example, you may be in a B2B system, right, where you are building a software for another company. Maybe you are building a sales software. Now the customer is the client or the company that is buying that software from you, while the actual user are the salespeople within that company, your client company. Right? So there again you will have to be very careful on solving for the pain point of the user as features or capabilities within your product, and also understanding the needs of the customer to make sure that that is also incorporated within your product. Their needs could be a way to see how valuable this tool is for their sales force, payment options, right? All that would be decisions that would be important for the customer and not the user. So make sure that whatever product you are looking at launching, you have clarity on the difference between the user of your product and the customer who is going to pay. Sometimes they are the one and the same, and sometimes they are different. And make sure the research that you do tries to understand both their needs. The research process is the same. It's just that in user's case, you are going to research for a different set of objectives and hypothesis. In the customer case, you are going to do your research for a different set of hypotheses and objectives. Just remember that. Let's move on to the next topic. Let us understand the difference between market research and user research. If you had seen my earlier video on market research, you would now have a fair sense of what market research is all about and the goal of market research and the importance of it. But what is the difference between market research and user research? Because in market research also we try to do something called as understanding of your demographic, right? Understanding factors like the age of your target market. So in user research also sometimes you do a lot of understanding of the type of users or customers you are targeting, correct? So what is the difference? The macro research aspects are dealt with in market research. Basically factors like market trends, segmentation. When I say segmentation, I mean upper middle class, or affluent classes, right? Middle income, right? Slightly poorer classes. You may have multiple segmentations, or you may have segmentations in terms of gender, depending on the product that you are looking at, right? All that is part of your market research. And along with that, also the kind of product or service that people are interested in at a broad level. So market research talks about the entire market in totality. For example, India has fast growing middle class and a larger population that is getting into the middle class. Now that is a macro aspect. It's a market trend. And it also hides segmentation within it. It tells me that within a few years I will have a large middle income or middle class population which will also become more and more affluent, which means that now this is a good market for me to launch a product that is targeted towards middle class. Now that's a very macro aspect. On the other hand, only when I actually understand my final users, right, which is basically, okay, for this middle class, let us say I am trying to launch an OTT service like Netflix, right? Maybe I have to do much detailed research of the users, right? And then I will know. For example, if my users are essentially the rich and young folks, right? Maybe I will make sure that the content that I have is basically chosen from the content that suits this particular user or user set or user segment. So you need to differentiate between market research and user research before you get into product development. Market research provides details over the market, from trends in the market to the competition present in that particular market. This kind of research provides broad business insights during the initial stages of product development. Right? Like I said, very broad business insights. You don't really know what features to put, right? Of course, some part of the market research will tell you at an eye level what are the features that you need to put, but the real insight is going to come from user research. This is more about broad business insights that you will get before the product development or in the initial stages of the product development. Also, market research allows the company or the product manager to make the decision of whether to launch the product in the market, along with deciding its business model and strategy. We looked at this in market research where we talked about environmental factors, right, and Porter's 5 forces, all of which led to the decision of deciding which strategy should be followed and which business model should be followed. Now coming to user research. User research deals with the micro aspects, the opinions of the people about using a certain product and how they want it to function. It serves to identify gaps in the problem space and draw relevant insights from user behavior. User research focuses on the user needs. And market research enables you to understand the environment your product operates in, assess your competitors, and size the market for your product. From here, you can move on to user research and focus on product design and iteration. Let me give a very quick example here. Let us say Apple is looking at India and wants to launch a product within the Indian market, right? The first step is to understand whether India is even a market that is worth launching in, which means that it will see whether there is enough affluence in the society or the country to launch this product. To look whether it actually has the right enablers for it to launch and scale its product. What will be the enablers? What is the power of the distribution network in this market, right? And what are the channels through which I can sell, right? And whether there is a legal environment to sell. For example, if the government suddenly says any foreign company launching a product in India has to pay 60% tax, then Apple may not want to launch here because the market is not the right market due to political reasons, right? Or let us say there is a legal problem where local manufacturers of similar devices who say that, hey, no, this is not happening, and probably have a court case, right, against allowing Apple to come in. Then again, that is a macro factor that Apple has to consider before launching into the country, right? Or let us say Samsung is already a huge player here and has 95% market share. Then Apple has to plan its strategy accordingly, right? Because it knows that 95% is already captured by Samsung and only 5% market is available. So all these are macro factors that affect the broader trends of the entire market and directly influences the business strategy and the business model for the company, in this case Apple. Now let us say Apple has decided to go for it because it sees that India is a good enough market and now the time is right? The government is better, maybe the political environment is better, right? The technology is far superior right now in the country and the affluence is there. Now the market factor has been decided. Now Apple has to decide what features should it have or not have based on the specific user needs. For example, I'll give you a very good example, right? Let us say in the US, right, the users want some features like bundled mobiles where they get the mobile in a model where they can actually take it along with the cellular network. Now maybe the Indian users don't prefer that. Now that is an insight that you can understand only from doing your user research. Because at the market level, this could be very different for different products, right? But for your particular product, this is a unique use case where you can decide whether to sell the product independently or bundle it along with a cellular network package. Now that insight is going to come from the user behavior. Or, for example, let us say in India, there's a higher fear for users that since this is a costly product, this product can be stolen. Maybe in the US, it may not worry about it, but Apple in India would probably tie up with some other company and launch a theft insurance program also, right? Or let us say in India, people like to have high quality, screen guards. Maybe in the US, this is not something that the users prefer based on their needs. But in India, if within the target market, within their target user segment, the preference is for a good quality screen guard that is suggested by Apple itself. In that case, Apple has to make sure that its product either incorporates that screen guard when it's already being sold to the customer, or have some way so that the customer can choose a screen guard that is suggested by Apple. Now, all these additional factors which specific to that particular product is going to come from insights drawn from the user. Alright. Let's move on to the next topic. We talked about stages of product development when I gave you the topic overview, right? Typically, in product development, there are two stages. There is a 0 to 1 stage, which involves building a new product and coming up with the first version. And the next is the 1 to N stage, which denotes incremental changes, addition or removal of feature in an existing product. When an iPhone is launched for the first time, it's a 0 to 1 stage. Or when Uber was launched for the first time, it's a 0 to 1 stage. But post-launch, even within Uber, there would be so many incremental changes, right? Newer car categories would have been launched as a product capability. An option to choose between multiple categories could have been launched. An option to either chat with the driver or call him is a feature that could have been added much later. All these are incremental additions, right? These represent the 1 to N stage development of a product. It's not just addition, it's also removal of features, right? Even within the same product or company, if something that's totally new is coming up, now that's not an incremental change. Now that's a 0 to 1 stage, right? For example, let us say Amazon is there and Amazon decides to launch something called as Amazon Cloud, AWS. That's not a 1 to N stage, right? It's not incremental development. It's actually 0 to 1 stage, even though it's the company that has been there for quite some time. So the difference between 0 to 1 and 1 to N is 0 to 1 denotes the first version building of a new product, while 1 to N denotes incremental changes. And based on the stage in which your product development is in, your user research differs. In the 0 to 1 stage, the user research is done for validation of your product idea and getting feedback on the ideas. This is the first version, right? You are building the product ground up and you are coming up with these radical ideas. For example, when Uber was first launched, no one could confidently tell whether Uber would work or not, right? So now all you want to do is validate the idea that if you book a cab with your app and a cab comes to you, you as a user would love it. This is a new idea, right? And your goal here is to validate this idea and also get feedback on it. Feedback is basically how you can actually improve this idea if it's not 100% matching the user need. Now this is the need of user research in the 0 to 1 stage. On the other hand, in the 1 to N stage, you are essentially iterating upon an existing product and making incremental changes. Here, the objective of the user research is to get feedback on the features of a product. For example, within the same Uber, right? Today, for example, if let us say they want to understand whether the user experience is good or not good, they can still do a user research. Here they are not validating any idea. The user experience, basically the screens and all that are already there, but they want to get some feedback from the users, right? Probably some users say that the color is not very appealing, or it's not easy to identify the position of the car. These are all feedback on the existing features of the product. So the goal here is to get more feedbacks, not exactly validation, because validation has already happened. So the user research goal here is different from a 0 to 1 goal. Let us now look at common user research methods with examples. We have already looked at the difference between an user and a customer, the difference between user research and market research, the purpose of user research in a 0 to 1 product development stage and a 1 to n product development stage, and more importantly, at the beginning we have also understood the importance of user research. Now let us look at some of the common user research methods. The most commonly used research method and also the most popular one is survey. Survey consists of a series of questions which give you quantitative information from a large sample set. Surveys are run when you have clarity on your primary goal and want to understand the scale. If you have any questions for now, just park it. It should become clear when you look at an example. But the most important terms to notice here are surveys give you quantitative information, right? The next is surveys are used when you already are clear on your goal, right? And you just want to put a quantitative scale to that goal or question, right? Basically, the goal is put in a question format, and what you want to get is basically as value in a quantitative format for this goal. The various surveys that exist are market research survey. This is not your market research that we learned in product development. This is a survey that is used to gather information from the users or customers with specific to what kind of features they would like, right? Or what are the problems they currently have in the existing products available in the market. Right? Those kind of surveys are market research surveys. The next type of survey is the NPS survey, called as Net Promoter Score survey. And the third is customer satisfaction survey. Essentially, NPS and customer satisfaction surveys are used to gather insights into the satisfaction that a customer has with a company's product or service. If you had used products like Ola or Uber or an e-commerce service like Flipkart or Amazon, you would have noticed a questionnaire that comes to you post your purchase and delivery of this product, right? Or after the completion of the service, which asks you questions to say how likely are you to suggest this product to your friend, right? How happy were you using this product? All these are examples of customer satisfaction survey and NPS surveys. While customer satisfaction survey is run to understand the satisfaction level of a customer with the service or product, the NPS is a slightly more mathematical way to calculate how likely are the user to actually promote this product to someone else. Because satisfaction could be that you are happy with the product, but you may not really suggest this product to someone else. So that is where NPS are used. And usually these outputs, right, from the surveys like NPS and customer satisfaction survey are used as true north star for a lot of companies, and they try to improve their service and product and offer newer services or build newer capabilities with the goal of improving these satisfaction survey scores. The types of survey questions that are asked are: 1. Categorical questions. Questions like, are you a vegetarian? The answer could be either yes or a no. This is a very categorical question. Then we have something called as ordinal questions. They are essentially rating questions, right? Like, for example, how much do you like the product? Just rate it between 1 and 10. Well, there is no real difference between a 9 and a 10, right? It's not mathematical. A customer saying 8 doesn't mean that is less satisfied with the product than the customer rating 9, because there is a lot of bias to it, right? And it's not like a 9 and a 10 is of the same distance as a 8 and a 9 in the scoring rate. While that's how it looks like, for the customer it's just a way to tell that is very happy or not at all happy, right? So ordinal questions are rating questions where you try to get an idea about a particular service or product, or basically your question, right, on a scale, but there is no mathematical significance to that scale. It's just a way to gather some feedback, right? MCQ is multiple choice questions, right, where multiple options are given and the user has to choose one. For example, what is your most ideal price point for this service? 5 rupees to 10 rupees, 10 rupees to 15 rupees, 15 to 20 and 20 to 25. Could be a MCQ type question. Of course, in this question, probably all users would just say that they are happy with the 5 to 10 rupees. But the point is, you give them different choices and the customer has to choose, or the user has to choose a particular option within the survey question. And the final one are interval and ratio questions. Basically value based questions to gather information like NPS. Essentially they are used to measure perception or opinion, right? They are very mathematically significant. For example, when the output is gathered, there is a mathematical way to actually calculate the NPS value. So if, let us say, from all this calculation we know that the NPS is 75, and let us say you are able to improve your service and grows to 80, you can say that the NPS has actually increased by 5 basis points, right? There is an actual increase there. It's not just a kind of an ordinal question, right, where you just try to put some order. It's not that 80 is better than 75, of course it is, but there is an actual value to it. 80 is better than 75, while 82 is not as great as a growth from 75 to 80. So if NPS changes from 75 to 80 by 5 points, and let us say you launch one more feature and it increases from 80 to 82, you can say that the second feature is not very successful because it does not increase the NPS by a value as great as the first feature, which increased it 5 points. So that is the difference between ordinal questions and interval or ratio based questions. So let me give you an example to explain what surveys are used for. Assume you are a product manager at a large app-based cab company. You did some discussions with your users and based on their inputs. So let us say you did a lot of user research, basically interviews. For example, you just went and spoke with a few users and you identified that a ride later option where the cab can be booked for a later predefined time is something the customers had suggested as a capability, basically to solve their airport travel pain point. So you have now got an insight. The insight is that customers prefer a ride later option where the cab can be pre-booked for a later time. Like today itself they can book for tomorrow 6 AM pickup, right? And they say that this is something that they want for their airport travel pain point. Now you could have got this insight by talking to even just 5 users, right? Probably they are very smart and insightful users and they give you this insight. But before embarking on building this feature, you will want to quantitatively understand the percentage of people who will want this feature and what is the ideal price point that this will work at. Because now you are offering an additional service, probably you will want to charge this slightly higher than your normal cab rate because you are pre-booking, right? So now you want to, in numbers, actually know what is the price point that will work. And most importantly, while 5 people gave you this idea, right, is this something that a large percentage of people actually want? Is a question you have to clarify, right? So what will you do? You will run a survey. Your goal is very clear, right? You want to quantitatively put a number to how many people would like this ride later feature to be there in the app. Now if this is a large enough number, then it proves that you should build this feature. If a smaller percentage of people actually say yes to this feature, right, then probably it is an indicator that while it's a good feature and there are some people who want it, if I look at it at my larger user set, purely from a quantitative view, it's not something that you would want to build. So now with this goal, your survey would have the following questions. The question 1 would be, do you want this ride later feature? Yes, no. You will trigger it to all your users. And now let us say you have 70% of the respondents who respond yes, which means out of, let us say you send it to 10,000 people, around 7,000 people say that yes, they want a ride later feature, while only 3,000 of them or 30% of them say no. Now this is a very strong quantitative indicator that majority of your users want this feature, while the qualitative data that something like ride later is a preferred option for a few users came from interviews. You got that idea from interviews. A survey may not give you that idea, right? Because even if you ask a very blunt question, people will write something, and just trying to pass through that information would be a difficult thing, right? You cannot read 10,000 respondents. But here it's very simple. You just run it through one of these survey tools, and purely the number would be that 70% of them say yes to this feature. Now you have a quantitative way to prove that the majority want this feature. Now the next question was a way to identify the price point. So what would be my question? Which extra charge would be okay? So I will say, is less than 15 rupees the right option? Is 15 to 30 rupees the right option? Or others is the right option? Of course, this question is indicative. You have to be a little careful, because customers may naturally say that I will want the less than 15 rupees option simply because that's the cheapest, right? But the point here is I can also use this to understand which option that customers want. Maybe the alternate option could be for ride later, do you want to pay in cash the extra amount, or do you want it to be some kind of a subscription model that can be paid at after all your ride later options at the end of the month? So those could also be questions, right? Basically, you want to figure out what is the right option that the users would want. Of course, in this example, I wanted to get the price point. I'm going to assume that the users are responding honestly. And let us say 75% of my people choose the option less than 15 rupees. This tells me that a price less than 15 rupees is a better option. So what did I use this survey for? 1, to first validate what percentage of my users would even like a feature like this. 2, when I had multiple choices to make, to pinpoint and identify the right option that my users would prefer. What are the options could be? There is one additional thing that you need to know. What is the sample size for which you need to run a survey to get results that you can confidently trust? So there is a mathematical formula. You don't have to worry about it too much right now, right? I'm just giving it for your interest. But typically the idea is try to run a survey to whatever is your target user segment, right? To all of your target user segments, because not everyone would respond. When you run a survey, a lot of people will not even open your survey, right? That's how the reality is. If you send a survey question to 10,000 people, right, you will probably have 1,000 people responding. How many times have you answered a survey? Obviously, right? We don't answer. So the idea is to just send it to everyone within your target segment. Target segment meaning the population at which you are targeting your product. But mathematically, if you have to know what is the number I have to send to, this is the formula. There is something called a z-score. You square it, multiply it with standard deviation into 1 minus standard deviation and divide it by the margin of error squared. Now, how do we expand this mathematically? So basically, let us say you want to have a 95% confidence interval. Basically, you want to be 95% confident of the results of your survey. Then your margin for error is only 5%. Right? You can be wrong only in 5% of the cases, which means that your standard deviation is 0.5. So if I plug the value, the z-score is 1.96, it's a standard number. You square it, multiply it with the standard deviation, which is the error rate, 0.5%, because 95% you want it to be right. So margin of error is 0.05, standard deviation is 0.5. So 0.5 into 1 minus 0.5 divided by 0.05 squared, which gives you around 385 respondents. This is the number needed for 95% confidence in your value. The next user research method that is used are interviews. Interviews are one-on-one discussions with users conducted to gather qualitative information, usually conducted as focus group discussion. An interview is conducted with chosen current users or randomly selected users from your target segment. So let us say you want to do a focus group discussion where the interview is conducted. Focus group discussion is nothing but just calling a set of people and sitting with all of them together and doing a very intense discussion. Right? These users can be chosen users, or it could be very random. For example, if you look at product managers in companies like Amazon, out of all the target segment users, right, a product manager may choose some 20 people to interview and just go and interview them. This is randomly chosen so that his insight is not biased, right? It's from a larger sample set. Let me give you an example. This is fairly easy to understand, but let me give you an example. In the previous scenario where we looked at an app-based cab company where we were looking at launching a ride later service, let us say as a PM, you don't even know what is the service that customers want, right? Your goal is to identify their pain point and get an insight into what is the right type of service that they would prefer to improve their experience. So in this case, you need qualitative insight. Qualitative insight that tells you what is the pain point that they still experience in the current product, the app product, cab service. And now when I run my interviews, I will understand from my users that they prefer a ride later option. I interchange the terms customers and users, since in most of the examples that I am given, the user and the customer is the same, right? The guy traveling in the cab is the one who is paying for it also. So it's okay. But be careful in your actual user research. Make sure that you have clarity between an user and a customer, and do your research based on your particular goal, whether you want to know about your user and what you need to improve in the product, or the customer and how to plan your business model, or any specific features for that particular customer. Alright, coming back. So while a survey is to get quantitative insights, in numbers, like 70% of the people would prefer a ride later option, an interview is for qualitative insights. Like, even to know that ride later is something that users want, I would need an interview to be done. So if I have to summarize, typically used when you need qualitative data or you need to draw insights where none exist. For example, you are a product manager. Your goal is to improve your current service. Like, let us say you are a product manager at Google, right, working on their mail service, Gmail, or their map service, Google Maps. Now you want to get insights, right? Of course, you can look at other data and all that, right, while we look at it later on. Now let us say you want to have qualitative data, like what is the service that people like. For example, let us say Google Maps exists only for cars and four-wheelers, right? Even to know that using it for a bike is something that users prefer, because bikes would like to take all these side routes and all that, right, is something that you would have understood only when you do your interview. You need to talk to some users and they will tell you, hey, well, the map is now customized for four-wheelers. A lot of times there are better routes. Of course, a car cannot use that route, but I anyways use a bike and it's a side route that, or a side street that I will take. Your map doesn't suggest those routes. Now that insight that Google Maps can suggest a side route for a bike could never come from data. It is a qualitative insight. It cannot come from, when I say data, quantitative data, right? So when insights do not even exist, interviews are used. Or when you want qualitative insights, interviews are used. And interviews are used to identify specific pain points. Now, of course, they are used at both 0 to 1 and 1 to n stages of product development. For example, 0 to 1, like, for example, let us say you are trying to launch a new product altogether in a market. You can do interviews to identify what is the biggest pain point for users in that market, right? Or for improvements in your existing product also. They can be used for both the stages of product development. The next one is contextual inquiry. Contextual inquiry involves observing people in their natural context and asking them questions to fill in the gaps of your observation. So basically, contextual inquiry involves observing, inquiring, and documenting. So I'll give you an example and tell you why it becomes important also. If as a PM, let us say you're looking at creating a more efficient POS, point of sale system for grocery stores. You know, the software that is there at the counter when you are going to pay your bills, right? At the grocery store, that is called as a point of sale system, where all your items are checked and then a final bill is given to you and then you have to pay. Now let us say you are a PM who wants to launch a new point of sale system. You believe that you can launch something better than the existing players in the market. What will you do? Of course you can do interviewing. The problem with interviewing is there will always be bias even from the customer side, right? And sometimes there will also be problems of articulation. A customer may find it very difficult to articulate. For example, if you go and ask a grocery store employee, hey, what is the problem you face with your point of sale system? Maybe you will not be able to articulate it well. Now, in those cases where you find that people find it difficult to articulate your pain points or are not able to give full details about their pain points, right? Or they bring in their natural bias. It may not even be their actual pain point, right? It may be something else, but they may themselves believe that it's their biggest pain point. There could be those biases also. To avoid those, what you will do is you will actually observe them using the system and then documenting the way in which they are actually using this system by observing it. Now coming back to my POS or point of sale system, to create a more efficient point of sale system for grocery stores, what I will do is instead of just doing an interview, which I may have done, right? But to make sure that I have all my information needed to draw my insights properly, I would also observe someone using an existing point of sale system, basically the grocery store employee, and then take notes on what works and what doesn't work, right? This will allow me to directly identify the pain points the user faces in their actual usage and document it. Let us say in the current point of sale system, right? One of the biggest problems is, let us say, I'll give you a very simple example, right? Let us say all the buttons in the keyboard is of the same size, but let us say there is one button that they use frequently, right? And because of frequency of that button's usage, if it's of the same size, they end up pressing that button and end up pressing something else. Let us say it's a button that they have to press to open the counter, right, where they put the cash. Let us say every time when they want to open it, they end up pushing some other button. It's an irritating thing, right? It wastes time for them. And now in the actual process, what these grocery stores folks would probably do is just put some additional sellotape on this button so that it looks slightly larger and is more visually available for them, so that they don't make the mistake of clicking some other button instead of this button. Now if you had asked them the question, they may not have been able to articulate this, but this is a clear pain point, right? If you actually observe them, you would have noticed that they make the mistake of ending up pressing some other button rather than this button, simply because this button, while it's a very critical button, right, and a regularly used button, is of the same size as the rest of the button. Now in inquiry, contextual inquiry, you would observe this and quickly document it. The risk of missing this out in an interview is now not there. And this documentation will later provide you insights to improve upon the existing product. And what is user feedback? User feedback is in a way an interview only. It's just that while an interview is a very manual process of you going and sitting with the customer and asking him questions, a user feedback is more about opinions that the user provides. It's also an interview. It's a variation of an interview. It's just that typically it's conducted online, meaning the user is asked for his feedback after a product has been used by the user or a service has been delivered. Sometimes the feedback is asked on social media. Feedback could be asked in multiple ways. A lot of times it is automatically collected at the end of a product or service usage. And if you remember customer satisfaction survey, even that is a way to get user feedback. But there it's more number driven. In the rest of the user feedback, it's more content driven, meaning the user actually enters his content. He says that, hey, I like all these features of this product, but this is a problem. And this is actually a proxy for interviewing, right? Because in an existing product, while you may not be able to do regular interviewing, if you have some way to capture user feedback, maybe you have a social media page where they can come and put their feedback, or you have a dedicated helpline where users can just call and give their feedback, right? Let us say you have some way to capture feedback from users. It becomes a proxy for interviewing and allows you to keep a pulse on the pain points the user has with the product. So make sure that you always have a way. This is like user research 101. You need to, irrespective of how developed or how popular your product is, have to have a way to constantly keep getting feedback from users. So the way companies do it is, they have a quantitative way of getting feedback, which they call as NPS or customer satisfaction survey. This gives them a number score. It tells them whether customers are very happy or not happy with their product or service. They also have a way to capture feedback in terms of content, right? Text. Because in number you will just know whether the customer is happy or unhappy, but you won't really know whether he is unhappy for this reason. So they also have a way to capture user feedback where users can actually give their voice. It's like a proxy interviewing. Maybe it's a social media channel, or most preferably it could be an email ID where users can just type and send their feedback. Alright. So if I have to quickly go back and look at the things we have covered, we looked at surveys, which is the first commonly used user research method. Then we looked at interviews. Then we looked at contextual inquiry, and then we looked at user feedback. And the final two user research methods are A/B testing and heat maps. And A/B testing is an hypothesis testing method where you can quantitatively validate whether a particular feature will be used by users or not. So basically, A/B testing involves rolling a feature to user set A and comparing these metrics with a control set called B, where this feature would not be rolled out. Why is A/B testing needed? Let us say you have done your interviewing and got some suggestions from the users. If I take the same write letter option that we talked earlier, let us say you got the idea that write letter is an option that users want from the from the interviews. So from the interviews, you have identified that write letter is something that some customers are suggesting as a pain point that needs to be solved for. And then through surveys, you also identify that a large majority of the people want this write letter feature. Now you have actual quantitative data to tell that this is something that they want. But all said and done, right? This is still not the actual feature. See, when customers talk about write letter, they may have had one particular perception in their mind. While you would have captured a lot of input from the users through a lot of interviewing and surveys and all that, it's very difficult to translate what they had in their mind, right? Sometimes even they will not know that this is something that they wanted. They would have said that it's write letter, but there could be so many nuances to it, right? Do they want write letter with a 6-hour delay? Do they want write letter with a 2-day delay? Meaning, do they want to pre-book 2 days earlier, 6 hours earlier? There's only so many questions you can ask the users, right? And when you ask more and more questions to the users, more and more errors can creep in, more and more bias can creep in. Different users would say something, but they would actually want something else. So an A/B test is a way to actually validate by building the product and launching it. Because you are still doing some testing, you may not launch the final version. You may launch a quick feature that has been built with not too many capabilities and all that. Something that you want to validate at an hypothesis level, right? And launch it to one small set. So let us say you have 10,000 people in your user base. Maybe you will launch this feature to 100 people, right? And then compare the metrics. So you will compare the metrics of user set A and user set B. Now let us say from write later you believe that what will increase is the let us say the number of writes done in a month will increase. Let us say before this test, let us say set A and set B had the same number of writes. Let us say they did 30 writes in a month, and now your hypothesis is once you launch write later, this 30 writes in a month would increase. Now you launch write later to set A and compare it with set B. If in set A, where write later feature has been launched, the number of writes taken in a month increases more than 30, while in set B it remains the same, now you actually have proof. You have launched this feature and the actual users through data have told you that write later is something that they want. Now this is A/B testing, actually validating quantitatively the hypothesis that you had through actual product launch. Right? While surveys and all that is also a quantitative validation, but it's just that it's without the product, which means that it's still based on what the customers perceive. You ask a question and they perceive that this is how it will be from your question and then give you an answer, right? And two different customers may perceive it or think of answers differently for the same question. You never know. For example, for the write later, one customer would have believed that the write later feature would look and feel like a particular way, while another customer will believe to look and feel in a different way. And both of them, based on their own perceptions, would have given their feedback. Now when you actually do this A/B, all these perception errors will be gone because the product is right there before them and they either use it or don't use it, and your number is not going to lie. I will give you one more example. Assume you are a PM in a popular e-commerce company. Based on your user research, you believe showing ratings for a product on the product page will increase your conversion. Basically, users buying the product after visiting the product page. In this case, the only quantitative way to prove that this will lead to a conversion increase is an A/B. Because based on your user research, you believe that showing ratings is something that the users want, right? Let us say from your survey and all that. But that is not going to complete your process of user research, right? You still want to conclusively validate this because customers would have probably believed that showing rating is going to make them want to buy the product more, but you never know, right? Of course, even without that data, you will not even start building anything. But with that data, you know that it's worth going after. But before scaling it to all the users, you will do an A/B. In this case, the only qualitative way to even know about this is interview. The quantitatively conclusive way, well, just to get a quantitative idea, surveys. A conclusive way is to do an A/B. So in A/B testing, some users would be provided the rating, while another set called B will have no such feature. Right? So in set A, you will be having the rating feature. In set B, called the control set, you will have no such feature. And then the conversion rate for both these sets are compared. The belief is with this rating feature, conversion will increase, correct? And let us say the set A where you add this feature, the conversion is higher. While for set B, you see that there is no such increase in conversion. Then this conclusively proves that the rating feature does indeed increase conversion. So that is where A/B testing is important. All good product managers constantly keep doing A/B testing, right? It saves them a lot of cost and effort. So whenever they have an hypothesis which has been reasonably validated with the other research methods, they will quickly build the feature at the lowest cost possible, right? Bare minimum, bare bones, basic, later on we will also see called as minimum viable product, and do an A/B. And once they have these numbers, they can present it to the leadership and confidently continue building the product in a much larger scale and launch to a much larger user base. So A/B testing is your friend as a product manager. And finally, heat map. These are used to evaluate which parts of the website or app users engage with the most. For example, let us say you have a very visually appealing page, right? For example, let us say YouTube. Apart from all the data that they will look at, probably they want to see which part of the app users engage, right? For example, do they like the comment section at the bottom, or do they like it on the right side or on the left side? Maybe all that can be obtained from measuring where the users engage the most, or which part of the website the users engage the most with. A heat map is like a color map. It shows, right, topmost portion is where a lot of users are easily viewing or are able to spend most part of their time. The bottom right part is something that none of the users are even looking at or even bringing their cursor to, right? And with that, the visual designer would probably plan to keep these features in the right places along with the product manager. Alright, now that we have looked at various user research methods, let's look quickly at selecting a method of user research. You learned about the various methods you can use to study your users. Of course, each method has its own advantages and drawbacks. And it is important for you to understand which method to use depending on your product, your user, and the kind of information you want to gather. Information on what users think or what they do. So, use interviews and focus groups when you need qualitative data around user needs and beliefs. Use surveys when you need quantitative data, while in the earlier user interviews and focus groups, you use them when you need qualitative data. You use surveys when you need quantitative data to make decisions. This is usually used when you already have clarity on what you want to validate and you just want to validate it with data. So you have clarity on what you want to validate. You just want to validate it with the data. And then finally use A/B testing and heat maps to understand actual user behavior quantitatively when they use your product. A/B testing and heat maps usually helps avoid biases that could creep in both your interviews as well as your surveys. Alright. So let me quickly summarize what we have learned. User research is the next step after market research for a PM trying to improve his existing product or launching a new product. So we first looked at market research to understand the broader trends of the market and the macro factors. The next step after that is user research, where you will understand in detail about your actual target user, which will allow you to gain insights which you will use in either improving the existing product or launching a new product. Next, based on the state of the product, that is whether 0 to 1 or 1 to n, the goal of the user research changes accordingly. In 0 to 1 stage, your goal is to get new ideas or validate your ideas. In 1 to n stage, it's more about getting feedback or knowing specifically the pain points of the existing users of your product so that you can improve your product. Based on your specific needs, identify the right user research method, right? Between surveys, which is used for quantitative data, interviews, which is used for qualitative data, contextual inquiries, which is more about observing and recording to ensure that you record everything that could get missed in an interview. And while all of this will give you inputs into what should be built and how it should be built, you actually run your A/B test as the final validation step to validate whether your product would be liked by your users or not. And once the user research is completed, focus on building your user artifacts. This we will cover in the subsequent videos, right? You have done your user research, you have gained some insights. What do you do with those insights? That is the process of building your user artifacts, which we will cover later. And of course, it's a fairly heavy topic, and the goal of this presentation is essentially to give you a flavor of what user research is and what all it entails. So please feel free to ask any queries in the comment section, and of course do a lot more reading and actually applying these principles to learn them better. Right? Thank you. Here we will look at the artifacts that we will build once the user research is completed. The topics that we would look at would involve first user personas, where we will talk about the basics of personas, the components and the process of building personas, and the importance of building and revising them. Then we will move into understanding user journey mapping, basically the importance of user journey mapping, what elements constitute a user journey mapping, and the process of developing the entire user journey. And finally, we will look at something called as affinity mapping. This is a process that is used to make sure that you can make sense of all the data that you collect in your user research. In this topic, we look at the basics of affinity mapping and understand how to effectively perform affinity mapping. Let us look at the basics of personas. Before we get into it, what exactly is a persona? A persona is basically an account of a person. Once you have done your user research, you will get a lot of information about your users. You will club this information that you have collected into a particular format. It's almost like a biography that you write for a user, who basically represents a bunch of users. And why is this important? As a PM, you have to work with different teams like tech, design and marketing to create an amazing product and experience for your users. Throughout this entire product development journey, you have to keep your user insight. Right? User insights can help you right from designing your product, the look and feel, to the capabilities of the product. And creating personas can help you achieve this effectively. A well-developed and realistic persona ensures that you always take the user into account while making decisions about the product. This user persona document that you prepare is almost like a reference document that you can keep looking at whenever you have to take a decision about the product. Personas are useful in the following ways. They help you comprehend the psychology and pain point of the user so that you can decide on the most suitable design and functionalities for your product. They help you comprehend the psychology and pain point of the user. They aid in communicating and explaining to various stakeholders how the user experience should be crafted. If you have to tell to your designer, right, this customer is someone who doesn't understand technology, it's not that obvious or easy for the designer to understand what you're saying. On the other hand, if you can actually share this persona, which is almost like a biography, just by reading it, the designer would understand the psychology and the pain points of this user and would be able to design something that's very effective for the user. Personas help you keep focused on your target users so that you don't lose track of whom the product is being developed for. Many times during a product development process, you may, let us say you don't have a persona documented, you may have a person in your mind. For example, let us say I'm trying to build a product called cab booking, basically your Ola or Uber, for youngsters who are tech savvy. If I don't really understand this is the persona that I am building for, I may end up adding features that make no sense for my target users. So persona helps you be focused on your target users. And finally, a persona helps you identify which users are more valuable than others. How do they do that? Like I told you, a persona is a representative biography of a person amongst a group of people, right? The persona which represents a large set is a better persona to go after? Let us say in India, you have two personas when you are building a product. Right? One is your tech-savvy urban crowd, and the other persona is your rural population. And let us say, right, the product you are building, 90% of the users are rural, according to the persona. Then probably it makes sense to go after the rural users for that particular product. And finally, personas serve different purposes in different product development stages. For a new product, they can be built from the insights you get from initial user research. In later stages, they are used to become more metrics driven. Now that you have understood what a persona is and why it is important, let's look at what are the parameters or elements that go into building a persona. Like I said, a persona is an hypothetical personality you create to represent a particular user segment that uses your product. As such, it must comprise of all aspects that you would find in your average user. It's almost like a biography, remember? So it has to include goals, aspirations, motivations, pain points, preference about technology and brands of the user. A typical user persona comprises of the following elements. Of course, the more detailed you are when you are building your persona, the better your product development would be, and easier for you to make sure that you build the right product that matches your user needs. So what are the elements of an typical user persona? First, there is the profile. This section includes the user's age, location, education level, annual income, and other demographic and geographic details. The next element is basically a quote. This is a one-liner that sums up what the user would like the product to do. This is almost like a synopsis in a way for the entire persona, right? In a single line, you will know what the user actually wants this product to do. Next comes the bio. This section creates a story about what the person does and what he feels would make his life easier. This is different from your profile because profile is more of actual facts, right? Bio also talks about his feelings, and then comes the pain point. Pain point bit contains all the problems the user would like the product to solve. One of the most important sections in a persona is the pain points, because finally, when you are building your product, your features are going to have a direct mapping based on the impact of solving that particular pain point with these pain points. So let us say you are able to identify 5 pain points for a particular persona, and that's your chosen persona. Probably you'll have to have features mapping to these 5 pain points, or based on priority and impact, maybe 2 or 3, right? That is more of a business call. But essentially, the features that you will build or the capabilities that you will build in your product should be such that they solve these pain points, not something else. The fifth element are the user goals. This section includes the aspirational as well as essential goals that the user would like to achieve through the product. Essentially, the end metric, right? If I have to put it in a very quantitative way, that the user wants to achieve as an outcome of using this product. For example, Netflix end user goal could be entertainment. Then the sixth element is the motivations of the user. This list includes all the factors that would motivate the user to use your product. The seventh element is personality. This section tells you about the psychology of the user and comes in handy while creating the interaction design or adding, deleting features. So if, let us say, you want to build a product that is very rich in design, right? Typically, doing that may not make sense if you don't really understand the psychology of the user. An user who doesn't really give so much of preference to something that is rich in design may not be the right user segment to invest the effort in designing something like that, right? And also, when you have to translate this need to your designer, it's much easier to share this persona because he can just read this personality and use his own knowledge of what kind of features basically design, right? When I say features here, it's the interaction design that would work for this particular personality type. Then the 8th element is brands. This is almost like getting a sense of the knowledge of the person or the user across various brands, which will help you to understand his thought process better. Brands represents knowing the type of brands the user likes. And the final element is the technology. This section provides information about the devices the user uses and the softwares and apps she prefers, so that you can make an informed decision about the platform for your product. So to do a quick recap, the elements of a persona, which is basically a hypothetical personality. A persona is an hypothetical personality that you create to represent a particular user segment. For example, let us say your user segment could have 1 million people, but they may all be so similar that you can represent it with one persona, who is an indicative person to represent this user segment. And the typical user persona consists of profile, quote, bio, pain points, user goals, motivations, personality, brands, and technology about the user. And remember, sometimes you may not have a necessity to have all these fields, which is okay. You have to be picking it based on your particular case, but more detailed the persona, better it is in your product development process. So now let us look at an example of a user persona. While Ola could have many user personas, we look at one user persona here. So this persona profile is a 22 to 35-year-old person, city bred, educated, upper middle class, and technically savvy. Of course, in Ola there could be any number of personas like this, right? Maybe there could be everything same in its profile, but instead of city bred, maybe a rural person, or you could have a 60 plus elderly persona. You could have a less than 15 child persona. So there could be multiple personas, right? Because there could be different user segments. But I will take one persona that represents an user segment. Basically, the profile of this persona, which is representative of this user segment, is a 22 to 35-year-old person who is educated, technically savvy, and city bred. What is the quote about this person regarding the product? He needs reliable, comfortable transport, correctly priced at my doorstep without the hassle of haggling. Note the words: reliable, comfortable transport, correctly priced at my doorstep without the hassle of haggling. I am not putting the bio. This typically comes from your interviews, right? You can just paraphrase from your interview. Since it's obvious, I am not putting it here. So let's look at what are the pain points of this persona. He needs it for everyday office use, so he should have the cab available. There should be no waiting time for him. He needs a clean and comfortable cab. Haggling is a pain, and he wants fixed upfront rates, and it should be reasonably priced. These pain points come from his experience of current transport option, right? Even when he tries to use a cab service when Ola was not existing, right? You would have had these problems because you would have to book the previous night by telephone with one of the other cab players who were there at that point in time. They usually ended up not coming on time, which meant that he had to wait. He had no option or choice to choose the cab he wanted, which meant that he was forced with the cab that came in. There was no fixed upfront rates, right? You did not even know the destination and source. You tell the cab company that you want that person at your house, and the destination could be some area, and they'll give you a rough rate. The actual rate is once you take the ride and complete the ride, which means that your price could be different from the price that they have indicatively suggested based on traffic and other factors, which means you may have to have a discussion with the cab driver. Based on all these parameters, the user says these are his pain points. What are his motivations? Existing transport options fail in one or the other in solving his pain points. That is the motivation for him to use this product. What is the psychology of this person? He does not like last minute surprises, needs international standard at local rates, is impatient, has poor opinion of drivers, is very finicky, and has limited loyalty. Of course, some of these factors go into product development, right? Some of these factors also go into design. For example, if you take the as poor opinion of drivers, which means that he does not really trust the drivers. So what would be the product capability? The product capability would be a rating for the driver, which is available to this person before the cab arrives at his place. And in terms of design, this rating is available in such a way that he can compare two partners, right? For example, he understands that a 4.5 rating out of 5 partner is a very good partner. On the other hand, if he gets maybe a 3 rating partner out of 5, he knows he's a bad partner, which is also a design, right? Maybe if I had put it on a scale of 10, it would have been very difficult to gauge a partner for the customer or user here. So the design as well as the capability itself, right, the product feature itself, is an outcome of the psychology. The next, and one more example is, he does not like last minute surprises, which means that there should be a constant communication of the location of the cab and whether the cab is coming or not through multiple modes for him, right? On the app, through SMS, through app notifications, which are all part of your design. It's a capability, but also it's design, right? Make sure that the notifications are visible to him so that he does not miss it. All those are part of your interaction design. And finally, the technology part, which is basically he uses the latest Android phone with good 4G connection, which means that as a company, you don't have to invest in building an iOS capability simply because that's not what your persona basically uses. Maybe if this was in a different market, this technology factor could have been different. Alright. This is a rough user persona. Of course, the idea here is to just give you a glimpse of what an user persona looks like. When you're actually doing it, you can be a lot more detailed than this example. Alright, now that we have talked about the importance of a persona, the elements that go into a persona, and also an example of a persona. Now when you are actually building this persona, let's look at what is the process that you will follow. While building a persona, you need to incorporate various elements related to the user that we have seen, right? Like personality, technology, pain points, etc. On all these can be sorted from the data gathered through user research. You will have a mountain of information. It's not like you'll be able to exactly ask them these questions and they'll give you exact answers, right? You are doing an interview with your user. You will have, let us say, 20 interview material, right? With different responses from different users. You'll have to somehow make sure that you club them into a persona, get the right set of information and put it into these elements. Let's look at how this process is done, the persona building process. A persona building process generally follows these steps. First, collect user data. You need to gather information about your potential users. This can be done like we had seen in the user research session through surveys, interviews, contextual inquiry, and other user research methods that you want to use based on the product and the market. Once you have collected your user data, the next step is to condense your user data. So you need to sift through your user research for data that is specific to your product and users. Correct. So for example, you may have information like when you're just targeting it, you may not be able to do a very good job of targeting at the right user segment. Maybe there's a lot of data that you don't want. Maybe there's information even from the users you want, but usually information that's not useful at all for your product. For example, let us say you want to understand the psychology. Sometimes users are like that, right? That's how the user research process is. They may talk about pain points of an unrelated product. For example, if you ask them about a brand that they usually use, they may start complaining about the product. It's a brand that you don't even care about, right? You just want to know which brands they use. But they will not just give the brand name, but also talk about the pain points of the brand. So you need to be able to condense this user data. Maybe some of that rambling as specific insights that you can understand about the psychology of the persona. Maybe most of it is useless, but that's your job to condense all this user data into useful information specific to your product and users. After pulling, right, this is the most important step, forming persona groups. After pulling out the useful characteristics from the user data, the next step is to organize these elements into persona groups. Each represent a particular user segment for your product. So what does it mean? So now let us say we take the Ola example that I gave in the previous slides. While I was doing my user research, I would have run interviews, surveys for a larger population, right? I may have initially, because I may not have chosen or add clarity on who would be my exact user segment, right? Or even if I did understand, let us say I understood that my user segment is going to be within the cities, right? But even there, when I run my survey, I'll get so much of information which can be formed into multiple groups. For example, one persona, user persona, could be the well-educated people, affluent within the cities. But when I'm running my survey, it's not easy to differentiate these people, right? There could be another user persona who could be not so educated but affluent, which means that they are not really tech savvy. Then there could be one more persona who are not very educated, not very affluent, and not very tech savvy. Right? So you could have all, and then there could be the elderly people within the cities. Then there could be children within the cities. Right? Maybe gender could form two different personas if there is sufficient differentiation between these two groups. Maybe all the men within the cities have different characteristics, while the women have different characteristics and pain points. If that is the case, then these two also form two different personas. So once you have done your user research, you would realize that there could exist multiple user personas within this large user research set that you have done. Your target market never consists of one persona, it could consist of multiple personas. I'll give you one more quick example. If you look at Amazon, for example, right, they could have many number of user personas, right? An Indian persona could be very different from an international American persona. Within India, the tier 1 city persona could be different from a tier 2 city persona, right? Within the tier 2 cities, right, a persona who is slightly more affluent versus the slightly lower middle class persona could be very, very different, right? So you need to be very cognizant of the fact that while for Amazon, in my example, they would have targeted a larger population set, maybe entire India and the world, but they will not have one size fits all kind of a product. And that will not happen only if they understand that this larger market has multiple personas, with each persona having their unique needs and pain points. So that has to come from this step, basically forming persona groups. After pulling out the useful characteristics from the user data, you need to organize these elements into persona groups, each representing a particular user segment for your product. And once you have created these personas, if let us say 2-3 personas are very, very similar, maybe you will club them. So you need to combine. Once you have combined and got the final list of personas, you need to prioritize them into primary, secondary and complementary levels. Right? Basically what this means in layman terms is that you need to be able to decide which personas are more important for you. It could be a function of your cost benefit analysis. Maybe currently you don't want to target rural personas, so you can focus after the urban personas. or let us say you are still not sure about the technical knowledge of even the urban persona. So within urban persona, you can target only the well-educated, tech-savvy persona amongst the list of urban personas. So make sure that you do this prioritization. And the final step is to make them realistic. So once you have got this persona right, of course you would have maybe used all your user research, but try to add even more detail now that you know this is the persona you're going to look at. So how do you do that? This is where you try to give this persona a name and a photo to humanize it further. This is not the most important step, but it typically helps a product manager to humanize it. Otherwise, you look at it as a collection of data points, right? But this persona is actually a person. He is hypothetical because he represents this entire user segment, but he is just human in a way, right? An hypothetical human. And when you give him a name and a photo, you humanize him, which means that you will be able to empathize with his needs and pain points. User needs and pain points. So these are the 5 steps you will follow generally when you are building a persona. This is just a collection of questions that you can ask quickly about the product and about the user, right? This is basically the questions you will ask to your user. It's not like you will ask the product, of course, right? So about the product, what will you ask the user? What goal do you think the product should have? And what do you hope to achieve through the product? And then questions directed towards the user, like what are the user's personality traits? Some of them could be asked, some of them could be inferred, like is the age, gender, education level. Of course, age and gender you can just you don't have to ask, right? You will know. But if let us say it's difficult to figure out his age and definitely his education level, you can ask what is the user's professional background, his work experience, the location where he uses his product, the user's need for the product, the solution she currently uses for the problem. What are the user's technical interests, devices and apps used, the amount of time spent on the web. What are the user's motivations, the user's needs, the kind of solution she is looking for. This is just indicative questions, right? These are not the exact questions that you should ask. Your goal is to get all those elements that we have discussed. And since you cannot directly ask, hey, what is your motivation, which probably is very difficult for the user to articulate, you need to figure out different questions that you can ask to make sure that you collect sufficient information from which you get the insights to fill up this persona document, right, with those elements. That would be your final goal. These are some indicative questions. When you're actually doing your user research, you can ask a lot more questions to get the right insights about the user that you can put in as user person. And the final step involves the process of revising a persona. Creating personas for each user segment could easily lead to 10 to 12 personas, but it would be difficult to keep track of so many, obviously, right? It would also be a strenuous task to take all of them into account while refining and iterating upon your product. Further, once you have created your user persona for your product, the process does not end there. Throughout the product's lifecycle, the user's circumstances and characteristics may change due to innovation and competition, and you need to keep up with these changes. For example, there is a new technology that may be available, right? And people would have already probably used it, and that would influence their usage with your product. For example, let us say some of the earlier technologies did not allow the user to watch proper videos. So the Netflix of the 2000 earlier than 2010 would be very different with the Netflix that's post 2010. It could be the same user. It's just that because the technology has changed and he is now used to better video technology through other products, you will expect the same from his product also, from Netflix also, which means that Netflix has to update the user's persona, which talks about his pain points, needs and all that. You can do this by revising and updating your personas as and when required. Right. let's see how both of these issues can be handled successfully. Personas are most effective for product development process only if you have a few of them. The ideal number of personas is 3 to 4. Choose your personas by doing a cost-benefit analysis. Basically, which personas are worth going after with product features. So for example, let us say you have 12 personas, try to put, if you build the features necessary, right, what will be the benefit of going after that persona. Not all personas would be big enough, right, or represent a big enough user segment, or would be lucrative enough for you. And also for some personas, right, let us say between two personas, the changes that you need to make to your product is not too much. For example, if you look at the gender as a parameter that can create two different personas. In the Ola example, let us say everything is the same, but one persona gender is male, the other persona's gender is female, representing two different user segments, right? 25 to 35-year-old, well educated, technically savvy, male as one persona and female as another persona. Now everything is same for these two personas. What will be slightly different? Maybe there is a pain point and a motivation around safety, which may not be there for the male persona. The male persona may talk about drivers rating from a perspective of good quality drivers. He may not need addition, or he may not have a pain point around the safety. But for the female persona, there could be one pain point, right, which talks about a way to make sure that they feel safe when they are taking the cab rides, right? Which may be a pain point in the other options where they don't have a way to raise an emergency if, let us say, there is a problem in the cab. Now, there is not much difference between these two personas, which means that all my features would be same for those two personas, but I may just add one more additional safety feature to target the female persona, which would be your, if you remember today's Uber and Ola, they do have a safety feature where you can raise an emergency, right, in case of an issue, and they will quickly call you and check for your status. Now, of course, this is available for the male gender also, because there is no need to differentiate it, but it's not used by the male gender. It's majorly used by the female gender or the female persona here. And now I would prioritize both these personas, because I know I will capture these two user segments by making sure that 95% of the features are the same for both. There's just one additional feature that I have to build, which will not cost me too much, and with that I'll be able to capture this entire female persona also. So you can do a cost benefit analysis in any way, right, based on how much additional effort it takes for you to capture all the needs of one more persona, or is there even worth investing in making sure that the other persona is fully served. But finally, the end goal is to have an ideal number of personas as 3 to 4. Of course, it's not like you will stick with only these personas, right? As a company matures, you can introduce more personas. For example, when Flipkart started, they were focused on the city personas, right? City people, basically representing some 3-4 personas, all the cities in India. Then they moved into more and more markets, which meant the user personas changed. The products they launched also changed, which meant that they would have to look at newer personas, like they have recently launched a video, right, which may be a slightly different persona analysis that you'll have to do for this. It may not be the same persona who purchases who also watches the video, right? There could be two different personas. So the number of personas is not going to be fixed. A persona itself could be revised, or a new set of personas could be added as the company's business expands. Now let me give you an example where a persona is revised, which basically means everything about the persona remains the same, some parameters changes. Let us take, instead of the Ola example, right, there is a persona representing an USA person for Uber, and when Uber comes to India, they want to revise it to Uber India. This example illustrates how personas can be revised to accommodate changes in the user segment. In the example, the following changes were made in the revised persona: user goals, pain points, and technology. The user goals, what changes? Through the comparison of the user goals of both the personas, cheaper cabs and cash payments were introduced in India. I gave you the example of Ola, right? For Uber also in India, that will be the same. Of course, in US, while everything would have been remaining the same for the persona, they would have identified that the goal of the user would not include getting cheaper cabs and having cash payments, which is something that the Indian user wanted. So there's a change to the original persona in this element. Then the second element that goes through a change or revision is the pain points. As the revised Indian persona has a car of his own, he needs to have a substantial incentive for using Uber. That's how it works in India, right? In US, people are willing to use Uber and not buy a car. In India, buying a car is more of a status symbol. So the person would have bought a car, and only a person who has a car could probably afford a cab regularly for office needs. Because a cab is costly, right? If he has a bike, he'll probably just take his bike. Or if he's the bus guy, he can't really afford a cab. So for this persona, if he is going to take a cab for office need every day, he is someone who already owns a car. Which means he needs to have a substantial incentive for using Uber. Whereas the original American persona does not own a car and would use Uber even without any substantial benefit. So this is the pain point, right? Hey, I need an incentive for me to use Uber. I already have my car. Then the third element that gets a revision is the technology part. In US, it was all iOS device. In India, it was all Android device, which meant that the persona itself has a change. The Indian persona has the technology element as Android. So now you have seen how one revision happens. You have the original persona. Then once you have done your research, you understand that 90% of the original persona is the same for India also, in this case, as they expanded the market for their company in Uber. But some elements change. So you change those elements alone. So to repeat, in the persona building process, make sure that even if you get some 12 personas, which is possible, try to make sure that you work with only a few of them, ideally 3 or 4. Of course, when you get a lot of personas, first see whether all of them could be combined into a fewer number of personas. Sometimes you may create n number of personas, even for very minor differences. Make sure that it's not so. But if you feel that creating a different persona is justified, create as many personas as you can. And out of these lists of personas, choose the top 3 or 4 based on your cost benefit analysis. And as your business matures and your product matures, 2 things can happen. What are those 2 things? 1, newer user personas could be generated. Like for example, when the company enters into a newer market or a newer product, which may justify the creation of newer personas which were not looked at earlier, or choosing one more persona which earlier you decided not to go after for various reasons. Or it could include just revising the existing persona. In this Uber example, the revision happened because there was not much change. When the market changed, only some elements needed change. Sometimes the market, your product, nothing changes, right? But you may have to revise your persona because the user himself would have changed. Maybe his needs, his motivations has changed because of environmental factors. So 3 years later, let us say once a company has started, they can't really believe their user personas is the same. The world has evolved. So probably the user personas would be revised. Alright, now let us look at user journey mapping and what it is. A user journey mapping is essentially a map or a document representing the journey that the user makes in using your product or your problem statement, depending on the problem statement, right? Let us say you don't even have a product and you can still figure out your user journey. It's basically the journey that the user follows to do some goal. And why do you need to develop user journey maps? Because they help you demonstrate the vision for the project. They enable you to understand user behavior. They aid you in identifying possible functionalities for your product. Let us now look at the elements of a user journey map. For creating a good user journey map, it's important for you to incorporate certain critical elements that will help find out the needs of the user and build your products accordingly. Standard process like how we did for user persona, right? You will do your research and document it in the below format. A good user journey map would consist the following elements. The first few elements are a direct reproduction of your user persona, because this user journey is for your particular persona that you are doing this for, right? Let us say you have 4 personas, then you will have 4 different user journeys. Of course, a lot of it could be very similar, which is okay. But different personas in theory are supposed to have different user journeys. And what are the elements? First is the persona. It is the persona of the user for whom you are developing the user journey map. It comes from your user persona document itself. User goals again comes from your user persona document. This is the end goal the user wants to achieve through each step of the user journey. User expectation. This element tells you how the user expects each step to take place. Then comes the process. This element or field provides details about how the user does a particular step of the user journey. The next element is experience element or component. Through this element, you can learn, this element called experience, you can learn what the user feels while undertaking a particular step of the journey. So essentially in your document you will have a field called experience where you will document about what the user feels while undertaking a particular step of the journey. And then the next one is touch points. These could be user interactions with products or people while he/she completes a particular step. The next one is the pain point. This element lists down the pain points faced by the user while undergoing a particular step of the user journey. While the pain point in the user persona is a collection of all his pain points, right? A user journey is a more detailed view of his pain point in different steps while trying to do his user goal. Then we will talk about the problems. These are the main issues according to the user in regards to a particular step of the user journey. And of course, there is actually not much difference between what a pain point and a problem means, right? The difference is a pain point is more about what he expects in a way, while problem is more specific to, let us say, when he's executing the step, maybe some component is not working properly that is involved in that step. And then finally the ideas. This element includes the input by the user on how he/she feels is that pain points can be solved. Basically, this is like asking the user, hey, you have these pain points. What do you think should be the ideas that we should consider to solve this pain point for you? This is just paraphrasing of that information that the user gives. This is not your final ideas. You can use this as an input. If they are good, you can consider them. If they are not good, you can just drop them. So to quickly repeat, the elements of a user journey map includes persona, user goals, user expectation, process, experience. Process is the process he follows when he is doing this user journey, with detailing about how he does each step in this journey. His experience at each step of the journey. Touch points, which is basically the interaction that he does to complete a particular step. Pain point, then the problems, and then the final ideas. Let me give you an example which will make you understand this user journey mapping much better. Let us say you're a product manager, you're in a company where you're thinking, hey, can I build a service for users which will solve for their plumber search problem? Basically, whenever they have to do a repair at their house, one of the major problems that people find in cities is that they have to figure out a plumber, right? And then use him to solve their problems. And you want to understand how the journey is for this particular user goal, with the idea that using those inputs, you believe that you can build an amazing product. You have done your market research and you have figured out that the market size for such a service is good. And then you have done your user research, and from the user research you are trying to put together a user journey map, and the output of this will be an input to the final product that you are building that will solve for this problem. Coming back, while all that would be the longer goal of why you want to do this user journey map for this example, let me now talk about the actual output of this user journey map for a particular goal called as search a plumber online for repair purposes. So let me quickly repeat. First, you are clear why you want to even understand this user journey map, because you believe that the output of this user journey map will provide you enough insights to build a great product for customers with this particular problem statement. Right? Alright, so let's go ahead and look at the solution, basically the user journey map for this particular user group. The first element was expectations, right? I'm skipping the other elements because they come from the user persona, which you have seen earlier. We'll talk about the components that's more unique to user journey map. First is expectations. What are the expectations of an user? Find and book time of a plumber nearby, either on demand or scheduled. The user needs multiple payment options after the service has been delivered. And finally, on time arrival of the plumber. What is the process of searching a plumber? Online search for local plumbers. The first one is the online search. Then look at existing services such as urban clap and house job. And finally, search for it on listing platforms like Just Dial and Suleka. Now, what is his experience? Not much information available about the service provider. The next one was plumber did not arrive on the mentioned time. The task completion took more time than expected and obviously promised by the plumber, and only cash payment was available. Right. A slight insight. If you look at these experiences, right, they are great inputs for you when you are building a product. Now you understand that if you are building a product in this problem space, maybe an app through which an user can find and book a plumber, right? Almost similar to urban clap, but urban clap is not focused for plumbers. It's more a generic service, right? Now let us say this is the app you want to build. An app where I can find a nearby plumber and book him. What are the things that I have to make sure? That there is a lot of information available about this plumber, like his rating and all that, because that is one experience they faced in other services. The plumber comes on time, maybe with a map showing his exact location, so that the user can keep track of whether he is coming and what time he will come. Then make sure that the plumber is well trained and there is a guarantee that he will complete within the expected time. And finally, make sure that multiple payment modes like Google Pay, etc. are available. So these would all be your ideas based on this analysis of the experience that the user has on the current available services when he is trying to do the user goal of searching for a plumber for repair services. Alright, coming back to the solution, user journey mapping. Now we have looked at the experience element. The next element to look at is the touch point. What are the touch points? One is the Google search results. How does he interact? What are the systems he interacts with or people he interacts with when he's doing this searching of a person? Next is aggregator or listing company's website is the next touch point. Calls to the local plumbers. Basically either call, or if it's an app like Urban Clap, maybe click off a button, right? Or maybe you'll have to send a mail, right? But for easing it, I'm just putting it as calls to local plumbers. And then finally referral from friends and colleagues. These are the various touch points. And what are the pain points? Less information sharing from plumber end. This was a pain point. Not all experiences have to be pain points, by the way. Right? Some experience can be good, some experience could be negative, some experience may be neutral. Right? And usually a customer, when he has a positive experience, is obviously not going to call it a pain point. So you will have to make sure that you retain those experiences for the customer when you are building your product. Or it could be, if it's a negative experience, then that could lead to a pain point to the customer. And if it's a neutral one, probably is not going to care about it. So which is why you have to realize that experiences and pain points are different. They are not the same. Experience is more emotional, right? What he felt, Pain point is more about what he wanted. What he wanted and what he felt may not always be the same. Sometimes, if you feel something bad, you could clearly understand what you would have wanted. But if, let us say, there is nothing negative, there is nothing that he wants. Alright, coming back to the pain points. Less information sharing from plumber end. Quality and trust issues with the plumber. Multiple payment options not available. Sometimes extra charges are taken from plumber. This customer, right, say that the booking portal, or it could be, let us say you just took the number from a website, right, then obviously that's also not possible. But they felt that a booking portal needs to intervene, irrespective whether it's Urban Clap or the website. I just took this example of Urban Clap, right, based on the user research. And what does this tell you? These pain points tell you when you are building your service, right? You need to make sure that you will have to provide information about the plumber, right, with the rating. Have a way where the plumber can talk to the customer, multiple payment options, have a prefixed rate, right, and paid only through the system, our system, so that the plumber does not ask any money from the customer. And finally, if an issue is raised by the customer, like how it happens in, like Swiggy, right? If, let us say, you raise a complaint about the delivery person, maybe the amount is refunded to you. So you could have some way of intervening if there is an issue with the person, with the plumber, for the customer. And the final one is ideas. There are some ideas that have been put here, but of course this is going to come from the customer. So your goal is to just paraphrase whatever ideas the customers are giving in this part of the document, while you use all these inputs to finally come up with your own ideas. Listing of verified plumbers was one idea that came from them. Share all details such as contact number, plumber office location, time of arrival, etc. once the booking has been done. Location tracker to know the estimated time of arrival of the plumber. Provide multiple payment options such as mobile pay, wallets, etc. Right. And this user journey mapping doesn't always have to be done only for new products, meaning it's not like you will do the user journey mapping for a user who is using some product and use that as an input for your own product. You can check the user's journey mapping even for your own product. For example, let us say I am at Flipkart as a product manager and I want to provide the inputs to my team to make sure that they can improve the existing product. Probably I will try to do some research and figure out the user journey map for a particular persona, and I may understand or uncover new things which I did not know, right? For example, customers may have newer pain points, their experiences could be bad, and I can use all of that as inputs to improve even my existing product. So it depends on your need. It's good to do user journey mapping. In an established product, it will be done to improve upon any pain points that exist or improve experience that the customer is not finding good. If it's a totally new product that you want to build, all these will be inputs to your own brainstorming process and finally your product development. Of course, here the ideas were very obvious because the problem statement was very obvious. As an example, if let's say it's a fairly complex user goal, right, they may not have such great ideas, while the pain points and experience would be very nicely articulated, right, or at least you have to make sure that you can get it out of them. The ideas may be just rambling, which is okay. You still anyways are going to come up with your own ideas. This is just their suggestions. Now let's look at something called as affinity mapping. Affinity mapping is more like a research process. So basically, once your user research is done, you create some artifacts out of those user research activities. What are those artifacts? One is user persona, which is like a biography of the user, and then you will have to do user journey mapping, which is like a movie representation or a flow representation or a process representation of that particular user persona. When you look at the user persona and the user journey map, you will get sufficient inputs for building your product and for your team to design, interaction design, whatever else is needed for the business also to plan accordingly. Okay, what is affinity mapping? Affinity mapping is basically when you are doing the user research process or while you are conducting user interviews or any other such method, you get a lot of information, and trying to make sense of the data collected is a little difficult, right? We talked about how you will have to group all the data into your user personas and all that, but there are so many data points. How do you even club them, right? It's a slightly more difficult process. So this is one way of visually trying to club them together, which a product manager does with this team, right? During brainstorming, he tries to put sticky notes in this process, and then they'll be able to group them. So what does affinity mapping help you with? It helps you analyze findings from the field study. It's really your research. It allows you to identify and group user needs, establish consensus among the team on how information should be structured. On the right side, I have just put a sample image, right? You can call them as groups, right? For example, you can either group them by user personas, right, or user needs, right, or some collections. For example, you can say that safety and security as one need for the cab example, right? Easy and cheap transport for the other, right? Another group could be high quality cabs. Let us say you have these three, and you have so much of information pieces. See whether you can group into these three buckets. If these three buckets are not representative enough to group all the information that's available, maybe you'll create different groups. But essentially, this is your visual mapping of all the information available, which we have done. I'm sure you would have done, right? For your studying, right? For example, you will have a topic, and you will try to group all the information you will read across multiple sources under this topic as sticky notes. Then you will take the second topic, and of all the information that you have read across different sources, you will put it as sticky notes for the second topic. Otherwise, you will not be able to make sense of all the information in your head, right? Because you will read from one source, you will read some 10 things, and another source you will read some 20 things. They may not all belong to a set of topics in an order, right? Some material that you read may not have any information about a topic. Something else may have information about a few topics, and you will use this mapping to kind of put all your data in a more visually understandable way. That is affinity mapping. It's a process which you can choose to follow. It's something that a lot of product managers do when they are brainstorming, right, with all the information, because it's much easier to do it this way than different people reading and just talking about what is the process that they should follow. Let me quickly walk you through the steps involved in conducting this affinity mapping. First step is write the data points gathered during research on sticky notes. Obviously, you have to be very concise and just the headlines. You can't put all your information. Start placing the sticky notes on a wall or a whiteboard. Group these sticky notes with data points that have a similar theme. All the data points that are very similar in their theme, you can group them. After all the notes have been placed, you can see the different categories formed by the data points. So ideally, it's like what you will do is you will start with a blank screen, right, or a board, and then initially, let us say you will get the first sticky note. Just start somewhere, put it on the board. Then let us say if you get a new, take the next sticky note. If it's similar to the first sticky note in theme, put it below the first sticky note. Let us say it's of a totally different theme. Create a separate column and put it there, and so on and so forth. By the end of it, you will have n number of columns, and under each column, you will have a group of sticky notes belonging to a common theme. So each column will represent one theme, and within that particular column, all the sticky notes will belong to that particular theme. Alright. Of course, what we have learned today is a slightly heavy topic, and it's not so easy to make sense of all of it with a single session. But my goal here is to give you a flavor of understanding how to build user personas after your user research is done. And if you can broadly get a sense of how it is done, I'd be the happiest. Do a lot more reading, and also actually practice with some exercises so that you get a better understanding. Minimum viable product. initial part of the session, what we will do is we'll cover the basics of MVP. We'll talk about the build, measure, learn framework of MVP. We will walk through an example to understand it better. Then we'll talk about the riskiest assumptions in the product that you are building. And then I will try to wrap the basics with another example. In the second part, we will look at a detailed perspective about MVP. We'll go more in depth. We'll first talk about MVP for a feature, which is probably more frequent in an established company. We will try to understand the different types of minimum viable product that we will be using. We will try to understand the difference between minimum viable product, prototyping, and minimum desirable product. And finally, we will understand the different scenarios for building a minimum viable product. Let us try to understand what a minimum viable product means. A minimum viable product enables you to assess if your product is worth the time and resources you would spend on it. You can release it into the market to keep your users engaged sometimes, but more importantly, also to assess how your users experience the product. So broadly, the MVP has some of these below uses. It is a validation of your product hypothesis and assumptions by use of only minimal resources. And since you are validating your hypothesis and assumptions with minimal resources, this becomes a very essential tool for startups, which are usually limited in resources, and also ensuring that you don't create a product that users do not need. A lot of times in bigger organizations, MVP is used not because there is a resource constraint, but more importantly because they don't want to build a product that will end up not being used by their users, and also to collect data from the real customers quickly and easily. You can do a lot of surveys, right, asking them whether they will actually like this product, but actually building a very quick minimum viable product or a basic product will allow you to actually get the real data from the customers. And also an MVP in a lot of organizations is a starting point. It allows you to build a better product through iterations and refinements. You will start with your first version of MVP. Probably you will validate some of your hypothesis and then use that to iterate and refine the product. And like I already said, do remember MVP can be done for both new and existing products. What is the build, measure, learn framework for MVP? Building an MVP would help you validate your hypothesis and check which minimum features are required to launch your product. But how exactly would you build your MVP? This is where the build, measure, learn framework comes into picture. The build, measure, learn framework is a quick way to build an MVP and test it out. Like the name suggests, it has three components. The first component is the build. That's the first part, where the MVP of your product is built and released in order to test your core assumptions. The second part involves measuring the performance with your users. This is where you learn whether your hypothesis is working or not working, right? And finally, you have the learn part, where you gather data that has been measured earlier and improve your product. So in the learn stage of this framework, you have to decide whether to pursue or pivot. Essentially what happens is, let us say you get some insight, right? There are two decisions that you can take. Let us say the insight is that your hypothesis is wrong and users actually don't like your product. You can probably pivot or move to a totally different idea or move to a new version which tries to match the customers or users expectation. On the other hand, let us say the data tells you that the product that you have built in your MVP is actually something the users are happy to use. Then that means that your hypothesis is validated. Now you perceive. Perceive basically means to continue with the same strategy and goals for your product. While pivot means to change some or all aspects of your product strategy. And either of these decisions are taken based on the insights you gather from the learn stage of the build, measure, learn framework. Let us look at an example of using a build, measure, learn loop. When Zappos was started, their strategy was to sell shoes online. This was, long time back when Amazon was there, but still shoe selling online was not very popular, right? No big player was doing it. Probably there are some players here and there, but not player who were popularly used by the customers. So no one knew whether it was a working strategy or not. Now the biggest assumption in that stage of the world, right, for Zappos was whether customers will buy shoes online. So they basically assumed that yes, if I sell shoes online, customers will buy it. So that's a major assumption. And since they had no data to prove it, right, they could have done two things. Right? They could have built a massive product, which would have been a huge risk. Because let us say if customers actually do not want to buy online, then all of it would have been a waste. Or they could have gone with an MVP approach. realizing that unless they actually validate this fundamental hypothesis that customers will actually buy shoes online, trying to build a full-scale product is a risk, and they decided to follow an MVP approach. How do they go about? Through this process using the build, measure, learn framework. In the build phase, the MVP to validate this assumption that customers will buy online, right, was to just take photos of various shoes. They went to local stores, took some photos, and then posted it on a web page. Customers don't need a very sophisticated tech product or inventory for it. So this was their MVP, just a website, not even a sophisticated website. You can presume it's like a web page where there are photos of shoes that they had taken from the local stores. In the measure phase, right, which is basically just a step, right? It's not independent, it will be part of their MVP. They measured the demand for shoes online, the common sizes looked for, and the types of shoes that customers look for. So what are the three they try to measure? Demand for shoes online. What is the demand? What was the size that people are looking at, shoe size, and the type of shoes that they were looking for. And in the learn loop, based on the results measured, they have two options, right? Like we discussed earlier, either persevering, which involves continuing with their strategy, or pivoting, which of course involves changing some or all aspects of their product strategy. When they understood the data, they realized that there was actually a demand for shoes online. People were actually very willing, just based on the MVP, right, to buy products from them. And based on this data, now that there is actual data that customers are buying from them, right, they decided to persevere and did the next iteration as per the build, measure, learn loop. An important point here, right? So what happens typically in build, measure, learn loop is that it's not a single step, as in it's not one set of actions, right? It's not like they would have validated their hypothesis and then left it. Essentially what happens is it is a very iterative process. That's how companies are built or products are built, right? So even in this case, what they did is in the first iteration, they validated an hypothesis that customers will build online. Now that the hypothesis is validated, the next step was to validate some other hypothesis, right? Or check something else that came as an additional input from the first step. From the second iteration, right, what they learned was customers actually wanted faster delivery. So while in the first step they decided that online selling is going to work, they didn't stop with it. They went with the second iteration where they built some more capability so that now instead of just being a web page, it was actually a product where people can buy shoes. But in the second iteration, they learned that customers wanted faster delivery. And based on this learning, they designed their entire logistics. That became their key differentiator also. So if I have to summarize it, in the first iteration, they validated an hypothesis, which is that customers will buy shoe online. In the second iteration, they were able to identify a customer need altogether. Essentially, they realized that they cannot just persevere with the current model of slow delivery, even if it was based on online purchase. It was a new need that they were able to identify based on the learning that they got from the second iteration, which allowed them to improve their logistics. If you get time, do read about Zappos founding and its history. It's a very interesting story to read about. Now let's understand what is identifying the riskiest assumptions mean. One of the most vital goals of a minimum viable product is to validate an hypothesis that you may have about your product, hypothesis or assumption. But a lot of times it's actually not just one assumption, right? You may have more than one assumption. So it becomes important to identify which one requires validation the most, because you cannot have too many hypotheses validated in a single MVP, right? It's a little complicated. So if I have to put it in points, assumptions that cannot be validated through any means leads to MVP validation. If let us say you could have validated through a survey or some other way, right? Or through existing data, right? Then probably you don't have to build an MVP because you already have data to validate your assumption. But in cases where you cannot validate it that way, you always need to do MVP validation. The second important point to notice, if the assumption is not the riskiest, meaning even if the assumption is wrong, if there is no big business loss, then those assumptions are low in priority. In the Zappos case that we saw earlier, right, the riskiest assumption was that customers would buy online. If let us say that assumption was wrong, then there was no Zappos at all, right? There is no business. On the other hand, let us say they had one more assumption, that people need nice packaging when it is delivered after placing order online. That's not a very big assumption, right? Let us say it's wrong. Nothing is going to happen, right? It's not going to affect their business. So you need to be able to recognize what is the riskiest assumption, which is essentially the assumption which, if wrong, is going to cause a huge business loss for you. If I have to rephrase it in a different way, the assumptions which, if wrong, can break or end a product, since core offerings depend on them, are called riskiest assumptions. So as a PM, you would have certain assumptions about your product, its customers, the implementation of the product and the market. The first step of building a minimum viable product is identifying the riskiest assumptions. Below is an example of riskiest assumption. For Airbnb, the problem solution is through an online platform, it is easy for people to find and rent places offered by hosts. I'm sure a lot of you would have used Airbnb. But when they came up with this construct of Airbnb, right, where people will just be able to find and rent places offered by hosts on an online platform, there are quite a few assumptions. The number one assumption was people were willing to host and stay in someone else's home. This was a very risky assumption, right? The second assumption was people are willing to pay X amount to stay in someone else's house, because essentially they are making it a platform where you pay to get a stay in someone's house, right? Which means it's an assumption. You don't know whether people will be willing to pay money. The third assumption was people and host are able to build the mutual trust needed after meeting online. Now there are three assumptions that were initially considered, right, when they decided that Airbnb is something that they want to build. Now, which is the most riskiest assumption, which if fails will essentially kind of put their entire business in risk. If you look at the second and the third, right, there are ways to solve for it. For example, let us say they realize that that mutual trust is something that is needed for them to stay, and it's a little difficult to build it just by meeting online. Maybe there are other ways to do it, like ratings, reviews, maybe putting more pictures, which essentially anyways they did in the future. But the one assumption which if fundamentally is wrong, Airbnb would not have been a product at all, which is basically people are willing to host and also stay in someone else's home, right? Which is a big assumption, right? It's a make or break assumption. So that becomes the riskiest assumption. And how did they validate this riskiest assumption? They validate through a build, learn loop, basically build, measure, learn loop. In the build phase, they took photos of a room and put on a web page, and they measured some metric. Majorly, they measured the paying guests who were turning up, and from this, they were able to learn that yes, people were actually willing to pay for a room that was just put on a web page, which validated their first assumption. So far, we have looked at minimum viable product at a basic level. Going forward in this part, we will try to understand MVP with a more detailed perspective. We will look at MVP for a feature. MVP for a product is essentially when, let us say you are a startup and you are trying to start a new product or build a new product. You will use MVP to even build your product out. Or you may be an existing company, but let us say you are trying to build a new product in a new area altogether. Like for example, when Amazon tried to launch an AWS, right? That's a totally new product. On the other hand, a lot of times, right, when you're a product manager in a company, you would be building an MVP for a feature, because there could be an existing product, and then somewhere based on your research and all that, you would have identified some need for a customer and you wanted to build a new feature, but you know that you can never be 100% sure, and probably let us say you don't want to burn too much of resource. You will first validate your primary hypothesis or the riskiest assumption by building an MVP for the feature that you want to build. So what I will do now is, I will try to walk you through the various components of the MVP in detail, basically from the build, measure, learn framework that we learned in the first part, and also give you for each of those parts or components an example, walking you through the MVP for a feature. So what is build? We already also looked at an example, right? In the build phase, basically an MVP has to be built around your core ideas and assumptions. You conduct relevant experiments to gather data and then apply the learning to next cycle of product development. For example, let us take a restaurant app. The existing features in use, let us say, are menu support, inventory support, booking support. Now, let us say you want to build an additional feature, business intelligence report. What will you do? You will follow the below mentioned steps. The first step would be you will do user research. You will understand the existing methods used by restaurant owners to track sales, because anyways you are building a business intelligence report, correct? Once you have done your user research, you will build a persona. Based on all the user research you have done, you will include information about who you are building for and the respective aims and objectives of that particular persona. And then for that persona, you will build use cases. Now let us take a persona, Alankar. So for a restaurant owner like Alankar, just took over the business, the use cases would look like the below. What would be the use cases that Alankar would look at? You would want to track sales figures. You would want to track average user rating. know reasons for low rating. You would want to know the most as well as the least ordered items. Know the most as well as the least ordered cuisines. This is just another variation of the items. You would want to know peak hours for business, and you would also want to know variations in order values on weekdays, weekends for lunch, dinner. Of course, as a business owner, why would you need it? Sales figure is very obvious. User rating so that you can improve the experience for the customers, and that can be done only if you also knows the reasons for the low rating. You would want to understand more details about the items because you may decide to drop a cuisine, right, or improve the number of items available in a particular cuisine if that cuisine seems to be very popular with the users. And based on the details about the order values and the peak hours, right, you would probably decide how to manage this server base, basically the waiters at the restaurant. These would be his use cases. Now, once you have an extensive set of data, carried out user research, built a persona and the corresponding use cases, the next step would be to build an MVP. Typically, when you are working as a product manager in a company, let us say you are the product manager responsible for building this particular feature, right? Business intelligence report, and your company actually has that product, which is basically a restaurant software. You would just like that not build an MVP, right? Whatever I just discussed would be the first set of steps you would do. And then the next step would be to build an MVP. For the restaurant business, you have to build an MVP to send weekly email reports to the restaurant owner. The email reports can be sent out either using bulk mail providers like MailChimp or SendGrid. The email reports which are sent out to restaurant owner should consist of information in the form of charts, analytics, right, so that he can actually get more insights, right? Or more importantly, it's very easy for him to understand whatever data you are presenting him. So the email report will include information, graphs, analytics, which are then tracked to gain insights as to which piece of information is used extensively by the restaurant owner. So what are we doing? We are essentially tracking even the type of report that the restaurant owner is using. Why is this important for us? Because this is needed to gain insights as to which data points are used most by the restaurant owners to further enhance the feature. Correct? So your goal was to build a business intelligence report. You identified some set of use cases for that business intelligence report for your target persona. But will you just blindly build it and not even measure whether all the reports you wanted are the ones that the users are regularly going to use? No. What you will do is, whenever you are sending these reports, which will be weekly, you would have additional insights. This is for you as a product manager to see which report is seeing. Is he interested more in the customer ratings report, right? Or is he more interested in the cuisine report? So all that would be the insights that you as a product manager would be interested in. Let us say the cuisines report that you have built is not used by restaurant owners at all. Probably you will not improve it, correct? Or even drop it in the future versions. Now this brings us to the next steps. That is measure, which is basically once the reports are sent out to restaurants, the metrics are measured against the following: email open rate, number of clicks, and feedback. After measuring metrics, you have to analyze the information, which brings us to the following. Of course, I'm trying to give it at a very high level, right? When you say number of clicks and feedback and all that, you will try to get it at multiple cuts. Basically, which report has multiple clicks or more clicks, right? You will learn. The data that is accumulated will point out certain facts, which is used to ascertain future actions. So for example, let us say in the example that I have walked you through, the emails have 40% higher open rate. Once these steps are accomplished, a PM goes ahead and builds the feature. Again, in the above example, the PM includes the following tabs in analytics dashboard based on MVP analysis. So what was the MVP? Well, your goal as a product manager was to build a business intelligent software or feature for the larger restaurant product. Because you are not 100% sure what will work, what will not work, you decided to actually build a report, right? Like an offline report with your tools and all that. It's not a software or a product for the restaurant owners yet. And then send those reports by mail to them. So whoever were the customers of your restaurant software would be getting these reports by mail weekly. And you also measured how the customers of your restaurant software are engaging with this particular feature. Now this feature is an MVP. It's just a mail, right? With graphs and all that. And based on that, you saw that with the set of reports that you had created, this is actually pretty good. You see some numbers, right? I just gave some example, but obviously in the real case you will measure, and let us say in this example you realize that this is actually showing a good open rate. and all the right set of reports that you have put right are reflected, and there is good positive feedback. Now, based on this insight that you have got, you actually go ahead and build your analytics dashboard. So what will the analytics dashboard have? It will have orders, which will track the number of orders, order value, least order item. You will have the ratings tab within your analytics dashboard, which will track ratings and variation in sales. You will also have something called as time analysis. This will track the peak business hours across various restaurant offerings. You can use graphs, charts, tables to convey information depending on the level of usage seen for the MVP. Where in the report that we sent, right, like an email weekly, you would have seen whether people are liking a particular graph or not liking it. Based on all that insight, you can actually add those items also in your dashboard, right? Before I move on to the next part, right? So to quickly summarize, when you are building an MVP for a feature which is different from MVP for a product, in this case, right, the product exists, which means that you already have users for your product. And in this specific example, the product was a restaurant software, and you are a product manager within that larger team, and your responsibility is to build a business intelligence report or a feature within your product. While the final product would be basically like an analytics dashboard, which all the users who are using that restaurant software can see within their login. Since you won't know whether this will work or not, you will go with an MVP approach, which involves the initial steps, which is basically your user research, right? Deciding the persona and then identifying their use cases. But once you have determined your use cases, you can never be 100% sure whether those are the right set of use cases for the users. That's just based on your research, right? So what you will do is you will build an MVP. MVP means something that is very low cost or least resources. And you realize that instead of building a very sophisticated dashboard, probably just building it like a mail report and sending it in bulk to your customer regularly or to all your customers, right? On a weekly basis, you are able to measure some insights. And now those insights tell you that people are actually very happy with this report. One, they are actually opening that mail you had sent, which means that they really value that report. Two, you also see better engagement with that report that you had sent by mail. You get positive feedback. Now, based on all that insight, you go ahead and actually build the analytics dashboard. So the MVP for the feature was actually the report that you send by mail, while the final product would be the analytics dashboard, which would look like what I just explained, right? Orders, ratings, and time analysis. And additionally, based on any other insights you got from the initial MVP analysis, you can also add graphs, charts, tables, etc. Now let us look at the different types of minimum viable product. While in the Airbnb example in the previous part and the Zappos example in the previous part, we actually had some kind of a very basic working product in a way, right? You also saw that even a mailer could be an MVP. So the framework to create any kind of MVP is the build, measure, learn loop. But there is no one way to go about it. Like in the previous examples, you can adopt several methods to build your minimum viable product and test it out with early adopters. So I'll walk you through some of the basic ones, right? Obviously there could be many number of ways, but these are the major ones. One, it could just be an explainer video. Even that is an MVP. A video briefly explaining the value proposition of the product. Maybe you have a way to measure people's engagement and actual interest in that product even through that video. Maybe you will see number of likes or the feedback or number of people who are watching the video fully. So even an explainer video could be an MVP. A landing page also could be an MVP. An email link or an ad that takes users to a sample web page. Wizard of Oz is basically an MVP which appears fully functional, but the operations are carried out manually. So for the customer, right, or the ones whom you are trying to test this product on, it will look like a fully functional product, but it is actually manually carried out. Maybe let us say, I'll just give you an example, right? Let us say you want to actually build a very sophisticated product that will give users the type of jobs they should apply for if they share their resume. Well, the actual product could be a very data science driven product, right? You know, probably that is not the way to move forward, because let us say that product is actually not something that users want. Let us say they don't want to actually get these job recommendations based on their resume. Then building that sophisticated product is a failure, correct? So the MVP would be basically to just make it look like it's a very sophisticated product, but manually backend, right? You can just have a set of folks who can actually read the resume manually, and based on what they read in the resume, suggest some jobs to the users. While the users, it is a fully functional product. The actual operations are carried out manually. And if let us say that MVP actually is successful and you realize that people like this kind of a product, then you can go ahead and build a proper product, because you cannot scale it with just manual people, right? So this is Wizard of Oz. Then there is a minimum viable product type called as concierge. There is no appearance of functionality and service is provided manually by a human attendant. In fact, in the earlier days of Ola, not a lot of you would know it, right? You could actually call a phone number and then a human attendant will say we'll allot a cab to you, and then the backend team, which is not technology, basically humans again, will be calling a driver, right? And tell him that, hey, if you are near this place, can you just go and get that customer or meet that customer. Now this is a functionality that appears full, right? But actually it is manually done by a human attendant. And people also know it was a human attendant. It was not like Wizard of Oz, where you thought it was a fully functional product. And then there is piecemeal, which is basically using existing products or platforms rather than building your own. And then the single feature, which is basically an MVP, which focuses on only one feature. So to quickly repeat what I just walked you through, there is the explainer video, landing page, Wizard of Oz, concierge, piecemeal, and single feature. Well, these are some ways in which you can build your MVP. There could be a lot more. Right? These are the popular ones. A lot of times you would have heard of the term MVP, but you would have also heard of prototyping and minimum desirable product. If you are new to product management or still trying to break into product management, I'm sure there will be a lot of confusion on what each of these terms mean. They're different. So what I will do is, since we have come to the end, I will try to explain the difference between each of these. The concept of minimum viable product mostly is the one that is confused with prototyping. So let me start with clarification in this. MVP differs from prototype in the following way. In the MVP, you test the user's response to the value proposition. A lot of times price point is also considered because you want to see whether people would pay for the product if it's going to be a paid product. And it also tests business viability of an idea. So essentially the test is around the value proposition, right? The value proposition could be the price point, or it could be some other things, right? Like in Airbnb case, it was about people willing to stay in someone else's house if it's offered. Now you also test the business viability of the idea in a lot of cases, like scalability. Sometimes you want to test a particular distribution model and see whether it's the right distribution model. Sometimes you also want to test your marketing strategy. All these are done in MVP. It's not just about price point or value proposition. It's also about business viability. Sometimes it's also used to test business viability. Now, on the other hand, a prototype is purely about how a product works. It demonstrates how a product works. Price point is not usually considered. It tests the working of the product, basically the concept and the technology. While the MVP's goal is to understand and validate what the user wants or whether the user is okay with the proposition that we are going with. It's more from a business product perspective. While in the prototype, it's more from technology or concept perspective. Maybe even in the Airbnb case, right? Once they had built a fully working product, right? Even that would have been a prototype, because let us say they wanted to build something sophisticated that can actually make the photos easily viewable for the users. And if let us say they are not too sure about the technology, that's a prototype. Or in the case of Amazon, let us say they already came up with the AWS and they believe that that is something that the users will want. But what they want to test could have been the technology, whether you can actually offer cloud services like that. So this is the difference between MVP and prototype. As a product manager, MVP is about value proposition validation from the user's perspective. Prototype is about testing the concept and technology. Basically, it's to demonstrate how a product works. A prototype demonstrates the concept and technology behind a product, whereas a minimum viable product tests the user's response to the value proposition. While a minimum viable product looks at the product development process as a business problem, the minimum desirable product looks at it from a more human-centric perspective. So MVP is all about product development from a business angle, right? The MDP or minimum desirable product is more from a human-centric perspective. Is this the desirable product which can build with minimum effort? Alright, now that we are clear about the difference between MVP and prototype and minimum desirable product, let's look at different scenarios for building a MVP. The process of building an MVP and testing it out can be vastly different in different scenarios. For instance, MVP for a new product is different from MVP for an established product. We saw that difference in the example of both Zappos and Airbnb, which were MVP for a new product, and in the case of the restaurant example where it was MVP for an established product. Also, there are distinct challenges you would face while building an MVP for an entire product as opposed to a feature of a product. So what could be those challenges? An MVP for a new product is used to validate its hypotheses and assumptions. On the other hand, an MVP for an established product faces challenges as users are accustomed to using the product a certain way. For example, even in the restaurant example, right, when you're building the reports, maybe people are used to the design of the restaurant software in a particular way that any new capability could also make it a little complex for them. A lot of times MVP for an established product faces challenges from the users since they are very accustomed to this product and in a very particular way. And also building an MVP for a product can be a challenge because you lack data, market validation and user feedback. An MVP for a feature of a product needs to provide a value proposition that would ensure adoption by users while at the same time not adding complexity to the product. These are all some of the challenges that you would face when you are building MVP for a product as well as when you are building MVP for a feature of a product. So if I have to put it in a very easy format to understand and remember, MVP for a new product is used to validate hypothesis or product idea. No data on the people who would be willing to use the product. You don't have any data about the people who are willing to use the product. An example of a new product is Ola cabs. When they started, right? Now it's a new product. You're building an app where people can place requests for cabs. Difficult to tell whether service is going to work. Of course, they started with the telephone, but the primary hypothesis was people were willing to actually book cabs in that manner. Now, this is a very difficult scenario where it is very difficult to tell whether the service is going to work. Now, on the other hand, in the case of MVP for an established product, users are accustomed to using the product in a certain way. Users are resistant to changes in how they consume the product. I'll give you an example, Instagram stories, if you remember, right? You can go and read about it. It was very difficult to predict and tell if users would adopt the feature. Now that was the challenge they had because Instagram users are used to Instagram existing in a particular way, and this has happened in Facebook's case also. To continue, MVP for a product is built with little or no data. There is no market validation for the product idea that is existing already. And a lot of times there would be no users who could give feedback before you are building it. MVP for a feature of a product has some of these points, right? Should provide a value proposition that ensures adoption. It should not add complexity to the UX because the users are already accustomed to a particular way of using the product and needs to be in line with the rest of the product. So that could be a design principle, right? It could be targeting a particular set of users. It cannot be in discordance with the existing product. It has to be in line with the other product, the product within which you are building the feature. All right, we have come to the end of this topic. It's a heavy topic, I know, and more importantly, just by reading it, you can only learn so much. But this is one of the most important concepts in product management. As a product manager, MVP is something that will constantly be building because you will be coming up with newer and newer ideas. And a lot of times, right, going ahead and just asking your engineer to build your idea out is not the most prudent step. So I would suggest that do read up a little bit more on MVP. If you are not still clear, you can watch this video again and start implementing these principles whenever you have an idea for a product. Thank you. And do feel free to add your questions or comments in the comment section.
Thank you for joining us on this journey through the essentials of product management. We have covered a lot of ground, from creating an effective product requirement document to understanding your market and customers, building artifacts from user research, and defining your minimal viable product. By mastering these key areas, you are well equipped to navigate through the complexities of product management and bring innovative customer-centric products to life. Remember, successful product management is an ongoing process of learning, iterating, and improving. If you found this tutorial helpful, don't forget to give a thumbs up and share it with your peers. For more in-depth insights and practical tips on product management, subscribe to our channel and hit that bell icon so that you never miss out any updates. We'd love to hear your thoughts and any questions that you might have in the comments below. Stay tuned for more tutorials and keep building amazing products. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you in the next video.